Alrighty. Thank you for your patience.
Sorry.
No one was going
Sorry
to
about
specifically
that.
point you out, but
No, I'll
thanks
pull
for
myself on. I will take the heat when I'm at fault. So I am sorry.
It's all good. So, before we get started with everything, I'd like to give a big shout out to our associative partners over at the Adventurers Guild of Amarillo. It should be popping up on your screen right about now.
I got right next to it, and then my brain froze. I was like, "What the fuck are we doing?"
It's like, wait, what was I doing again?
Big shout out to them as our associative partners, helping to allow us to get some of the amazing minis that we use on this campaign and on this stream at a really great price. Make sure to give them a call. Check them out if you're in town, or if you aren't in town but you would like to still do business, they do business by mail. Just give them a call and they'll help you from there. Let them know that Die Roll sent you. Anyone have any big announcements or shoutouts?
Just the socials. Follow them.
Which socials do we have?
We have YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and a Facebook group, which is our discussion page, Instagram, TikTok, and of course our Twitch. So
There you go.
pretty much all of it.
We need to come up with a jingle for it so that way
Yeah, right?
just remember everything.
Give me projects, David.
Right? You definitely don't have enough on your plate as is.
Oh, absolutely not.
Because we want to hear from you.
We do.
Oh, yeah. Let us know on the community page. Let us know what's going on, how you're liking stuff, who's your favorite character, who's your least favorite character. Don't worry, hurt our feelings. It's fine.
Unless it's Roach.
Especially if it's Rope.
Glory Whore Paladin.
Not wrong.
How'd you know that's what I was doing this past weekend?
Oath of Glory Paladin starts up a bar, calls it the Glory Hole.
Okay.
With all that out of the way, let's hit that intro.
Come in, you losers! D&D,
Let's
I could have sworn I left that other D4 here, though. Hey, guys. Fireball over there. Let's go. Alright, guys, balls are ready. Get to the table.
There you go.
All right.
Close enough.
So,
Fucking.
as we begin session 23, our very first session after the bright and colorful story of eldritch horrors, undead hordes.
Oh yeah, it was colorful, all right.
We have many colorful languages, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, very colorful words.
Oh yeah, only a few of them were racist.
Progress,
No.
boys. Progress!
Progress!
You just ask roll.
Yeah. Casual racism. What else is new?
Welcome to America.
Oh,
Anyways.
I thought we went instead.
Y'all just got isekai to the real world. Congratulations.
Cool. I haven't even done anything, and I'm already in debt.
Cool, I hate my life here too.
Oh.
well, that's fine.
That's fine. This is fine.
This is fine.
A little too real, boys. A little too real.
We start off today's session just after the party was able to make it back to Slayfest in the country of Mechanus, as they were finally able to get a good evening's worth of rest, as they were able to find some sleep either in a local hotel or in a very familiar tavern with a sign that very adamantly says no bar fighting.
I thought it was 20 gold. I mean, yeah.
Pay up.
This is rich.
It does say that there's a 20 gold charge, but it's very big, bright letters that says no starting bar fights.
Highly discouraged.
Highly discouraged.
Oh, no starting. So you can participate for 20 gold. You just can't
Yes.
start it. Got it. Got it.
Yes.
The heroes of Dragul, everybody.
Listen, Fitch was already kind of irritated with me when I freaking left. Let's not.
It's fine. There's no glory in bar fights.
See, that's where
There
I
is if
disagree
you
with
can crush somebody's hopes and dreams. Again, I am sorry, child. You never got your birthday cake.
We'll just go ahead and start off. Welch, where would you have been staying for the night?
Probably been with staying
With
with
Sheila?
Not the first night. I would have had to go to the Adventurers Guild, get cleaned up and settled and everything. Make sure that John and Molly also had appropriate accommodations and everything suiting them. And then after I got properly cleaned up, you know, my armor took quite a few hits during that last one, so I had to make sure everything was polished out and everything. Then I would have gone and double checked on Strella.
Strella?
Strella or Stella?
Sheila.
Sheila.
I was like,
Sorry. So
making
many
sure you're not sneaking off with anything, I guess.
No. I legitimately forgot about her until you mentioned it. So,
I didn't do anything.
yeah, Sheila.
Oh, Sheila,
Yeah, and you know, Edna replacement. Yes.
That face.
So, excuse me, Sheila. Yes, I would have gone and I would have seen how Sheila was doing and let her know that the cloaks worked quite well for some of us. You know,
Maybe ask for if she could make my cloak to fit your size.
Well, you can get a chance to. Well, I mean,
maybe
this is just for where you're staying the night at. So the
just for our stay of the night would have been an Adventurers Guild.
Guild, right? Strella.
I said it, Adventurers Guild.
All right. Evangeline,
Adventurers Guild.
Victorian.
I mean, it's free room and board, so Adventurers Guild.
I'm staying at both
All right. You're checking back in on your actual room.
Make
It's a
sure
closet.
Make sure nothing got misplaced.
There is nothing there. It's a closet now.
Hey, he is not Harry Potter.
You do notice that a few things had been pushed for a little extra storage.
Hey, this is not another halfling up there.
A what?
Another halfling.
Oh yeah, no. I take it. I go over to my chest and I spend the night there, but yeah.
All right. So sleep comes pretty easy. The Adventure Guild in Slayfast. The Adventurers Guild in Slayfest isn't as fancy as it was in Rock or
In AD&D,
a lot of
there's
the
no pizza.
a lot of the bigger cities. So the rooms there are a bit smaller. For most people, it's basically like a one-bedroom hotel room. But it's comfortable for what you need. So like John and Molly need their own rooms, one for each of them. Which they do charge you a bit for that one, since it's multiple rooms that will be taken up.
Yep.
It only is going to cost you one silver though for the extra 2 rooms, since they're not technically part of the guild.
Gotcha.
And then it's one of those like you get. It's kind of like whenever you have gone on a long travel and then you finally get to lay back in your bed at home.
Yeah.
You get that really nice nostalgic sleep.
Yeah.
And so I would say you probably feel a bit more rested than the rest of the party.
Alright.
Just like you wake up not feeling tired.
That's a first.
As each of you are waking up, you do find, as you start to move around your rooms, that there is a note that has been slid underneath the door. As each of you go to read it, it's just a note from Asair, just letting you know to meet him back at the original tavern that you had first spoke at, and that he would be waiting in the storeroom.
Okay.
I had the shortest commute.
Everyone, go ahead and roll the initiative, and that's how we'll decide
Okay. So you don't want to play. Good to know.
That is decent.
Just for the 5 right now.
Okay, gotcha. I was making sure. Confused.
So, what'd you get?
23.
21.
21.
6.
10!
So, yeah, we'll actually just be going counterclockwise then, because I'm assuming you have a higher dex than Mandalay.
Yeah.
I have
So-
16.
I
Well,
have
so-
only had
Which is clockwise.
There you go.
Or counterclockwise.
Me and Roll work.
Alright, and it kind of fits that you get down there first.
Yeah.
So, after waking, stretching, and getting ready for the morning, what do you do?
Yeah, just kind of go up to the, just go down to the bar, just kind of see, what's going on, just kind of getting the general vibe, take in let Fitz know that there's going to be people there, type thing. We're going to be borrowing the storehouse.
Oh, well, whenever you go talk to Fritz, he actually, as he sees you coming down, hey, Linus!
Yeah.
You got a friend waiting for you in the storeroom.
Oh shit, he's already here. So,
Yeah, he's already paid to rent out the storeroom for the day, so.
Oh shit, for the day.
Yeah, you get the nice table and everything down there. You know the usual.
Oh shit. Hey, how much is one of the good buys? Like, I mean, I've been gone for a month. I don't know the prices.
Oh, well, I mean, he already got a drink down there. He
I don't
paid
know.
for a cake.
I'm talking. Oh, fuck.
Shit, you got a cake down there?
Yeah. I see her paid for a cake.
Alright.
Okay. Things been quiet while I've been gone. I just started like slowly
As quiet as they can be for,
that
a quaint little part of town.
that one lady with the brick in her purse ever come back.
She tried.
I'll have to hear about it later. I don't want to keep them waiting.
First one to get hit eventually.
I think I go down to the storeroom.
Alright, so, yeah, and we'll switch now to Victorian as you go to open the door.
Okay.
So, you wake up fairly rested. It's not the most comfortable bed. Think of it kind of like a 2.5-star hotel kind of bed. It's, like I said, it's kind of a smaller town guild hall.
Okay.
So, you've gotten ready and you've read the note. What would Victorian like to do?
Well, he'll go ahead and grab his stuff and start heading down. Because I'm assuming he would remember where the tavern was.
Yeah, it's down the main street. I mean, it's
Okay.
it's kind of a hard place to forget.
Yeah, true enough. So yeah, no, he's just gonna get up, grab his stuff, and start heading down.
Go ahead and roll me a D100 as you travel through town.
The big boy.
You have the big boy.
The big boy.
I forgot you have an extra D100.
Yes.
Don't conk yourself.
You gotta conk me.
That's a 41.
41. Okay, so as you are making your way through town, you start to pass the square. You get towards basically now you're starting to see where it gets a little more slums, and you're getting close to the tavern. Go ahead and give me a deck save as you can hear a wagon coming quick.
No.
Alright, that's good. That is a 23.
A 23. Okay. So you do successfully get out of the way. As you can see what essentially looks like a wagon being pulled by a centaur with another, kind of hard to see past the clothing, but another humanoid who's currently riding in the back because it's one of the open wagons. And it looks like there's quite a few bags, and as you're jumping out of the way, you can see some what looks to be bill notes falling out of it.
What in the...
And as that happens, you do hear some guards saying, "Stop that wagon!"
Alright! Here we go.
For a second, I thought you were referring to Fentora and her wagon. I was like, wait a minute.
No.
What?
40 to 50% is a bank heist in progress.
Okay. You know what?
It's our it's our PCs. It's our level 4 PCs. Just it's a tiny terrors.
I'm gonna
terrors?
Yes, that's a
good idea.
I'm a spider.
I'm gonna cast Shatter at it. Second level.
Are you aiming for like the wheel?
The wheel.
Okay.
I'm specifically aiming for the wheel on my side.
Okay. Since it is in a fast movement, go ahead and just give me a perception check to walk onto it.
Okay. Oh, god damn. Alright.
Damn useful apps calculating everything for us. We just can't use them properly.
Ooh. That's a 13.
13? Yeah, that'll be enough.
Cool.
Right. And well, it's an inanimate object, so there's no save.
Cool. And that is a.
And it counts as a construct, so it does double damage on it.
Hell yeah.
Money.
Money.
The rogue isn't there. Fuck.
Snag just one good.
Oh.
Damn.
Okay, so that's 13, so double that would be 26.
26? Yeah. That wheel shatters completely off the axle as the wagon digs into the dirt cobblestone of the slums and catches, as you can see the centaur basically get jerked by the wagon itself and kind of has a hard time catching himself. And that moment of hesitation allows guards that were trying to flank in to come and set their spears against the centaur and against the gentleman in the wagon. As the other 3 guards that were running up, one of them stops as the other 2 proceed to go towards the criminals. And he goes, and he plants his spear on the ground just to lean and catch his breath. Thank you for the help.
Anytime.
When you get a chance. Sorry.
You're fine.
When you get a second, take this note, and he signed it. Take this to the station, and there's rewards for citizens who help. So, thank you. And with that, he heads off to finish the arrest.
Nice.
Very cool. Alright, I am heading down to the tavern.
You enter in. The barkeep recognizes you,
Hello again.
looks at you, and goes, "All right, listen. You're friends with Linus. That's fine. Go to the storeroom and nowhere else."
Fair enough. And I start moseying my way down to the store.
And as you open the door, we now go to Evangeline. As you have gotten ready, everything's kind of done and geared up. You have the letter saying as soon as you can to go down to the tavern. Is there anywhere you'd like to stop in between, or do you make your way from the guild to...
I just make my way downtown. Make my way downtown.
Go ahead and roll me a D100, please.
The way.
The big boy.
I guess the big boy.
That is that's 14. 14?
A 14. Okay, so as you're walking through, it seems actually pretty peaceful. It's a 20% chance nothing happens. It's not a major city. Major cities are like 5% chance nothing happens.
I'm just remembering the time I got drafted to break up the fight. So much more.
That was
Let's
so
a lot of
great.
problems.
So, you
Good
make it
times.
there, and as you enter, you can
I just hesitantly open the door and look around. I am looking for that Karen.
give me a perception check.
Here we go.
What is that? What's it on
The
dice?
same thing as I had on dice, which is a 5.
Hold on. My perception is actually decent.
I'd hope so.
Claire.
My perception, that makes it an 8.
An 8. So,
Yeah, you see it. Oh
See
boy.
what?
it's a bit too busy, so you can't be certain if she is or isn't in there.
Okay.
By the time you get there, business has picked up a bit, as the night workers have gotten off and are now buying drinks and everything.
Okay.
So do you choose to continue in, or
Yes.
are
I
you going
have
to try and do
no.
it cautiously?
A little bit.
Roll me stealth.
Oh Jesus, and you have disadvantage.
Disadvantage because of the heavy armor. Let's go.
Ooh, okay. That would have been decent if it weren't for disadvantage. That is a 10.
A 10?
I
So,
am not
everyone is kind of looking at this heavily armored cleric and just clink, 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 clink.
I feel like I would be Kronk trying to
Hold on,
sneak
hold on,
in.
hold on.
I feel like I would be Kronk trying to sneak into the palace.
You open up the cosplay closet.
Oh no.
Yeah, just kind of in the distance, you can just hear.
Let's see it. Broke or Evangeline?
It's probably Evangeline.
No, it must be dogs.
Yeah, dogs. Gotta love the slums.
No worries, just the dogs.
So, I love my dogs. So,
Boy, they love me.
I know. Sandor, why do you not love us?
but yeah, you very quickly see that like anyone you try to sneak past is just kind of staring at you as you're just clinking.
I feel
Past
like
them.
I'm like Kronk trying to sneak into the castle in Emperor's New Groove, just like like
you get
Mission
maybe a quarter into the tavern before he just kind of looks at you and goes, your friends are in the
Yeah,
storeroom waiting on you.
thanks.
Everything okay?
Hypothetically, yes, maybe. I'll let you know.
All right.
Yes. No. Yes.
Well, they're
no.
right
Yes.
down there for
No.
you.
Okay, I'll be there.
All right.
Okay.
And
Yes,
as you
no, yes, no.
kind of
yes,
shyly open
no.
up the door.
And I like quickly open it and I'm
As
just
as you go to open it, you can hear him as you're about to walk through. Hey, I thought I told you to never come back here again. No bricks, remember?
Oh.
Well, hello,
Would
EB.
would we hear this from?
You would have heard him yelling at us. She's opening the door. So,
we have a
At this
bad
point-
history, okay?
Strella, you have finished getting ready for the day. Everything's kind of put on.
To the tavern.
As, you get heading towards the tavern. However, give me a perception check.
27.
27.
Yes.
Okay. So, you are able to spot them before they spot you.
Okay.
As you are moving through the city,
Mhm.
you notice that there's a couple folk who don't look like they belong in this part of Mechanus. As a matter of fact, they're getting a good bit of weird looks as you kind of see them over some of the crowd, as you can see what looks to be what you would assume kind of like a lizard folk body. But as you can kind of glance at them through the crowd, you start to notice they don't have legs. Instead, they have snake bottoms. And they seem to be looking for something. Alright, give me a stealth check.
Come on, boy.
30.
Yeah?
I'm a leap on the wind.
We've been trying, yeah. They got the same thing on dice as you, but total, that's a 23. So you easily blink out of their vision. However, you start to notice that there's a few groups of them moving through the city. And they seem to be stopping your essential progress trying to get to the tavern itself.
Oh.
You find yourself having a couple options.
Mhm.
At this point, you can tell that there's something wrong here, as you're not used to seeing UNT this far out. You have either the choice of try to get your friends in fight, or leave the city?
I'm gonna. I'll leave it to the dice.
Whoa,
Nope.
Dice said no.
Dice said I gotta go.
All right. So,
I'll
with
actually-
your stealth,
Can I head back to the Adventurers Guild if that's possible? I at least want to give Ossier a message
yeah, okay.
about the whole thing for
Yeah.
himself, and then I go.
You have enough to. You haven't gotten too far from the guild before noticing this, so I wouldn't cause you any harm to turn
Yeah,
around to go
so
back
I'll go
to.
ahead and try to at least tell the guild. I have some business to attend to somewhere else, but can you please give Ossier a message that basically says, I'm being tracked and I gotta go.
Okay. The human clerk just goes, oh, okay, do you need help?
No.
Okay.
Thank you though.
I mean, I could
And then I leave him. It's like if any of these names come by here again, I say them all your names basically, and then I take out my bag of holding and I just say, please give this to them.
Okay.
Awesome. You have a nice day, and I give 2 gold.
You sure you don't need help? As you're kind of walking out the door.
We give him a peace sign. Just
Okay. I mean, weirders happen, but okay. And with that, give me one more stealth check as you enter back into the city.
oh no, that's a 17.
17? Yeah. You are just actually able to get away with their total being a 16.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So,
So you are able to slip out, and after a while, once you get a good bit past their limits, you no longer really see any of them. You can tell that they probably just got word that you were in the town.
I'm just gonna turn around. Maybe next time. And then I'm just gonna keep walking, following the road.
All right. So, last but certainly not least, Rot, as it's taking you a bit longer with your normal morning routine to properly get ready to head out. Before you fully finish your routine, you do hear John and Molly come by your door. Molly just kind of through the door goes, "Hey, Rot, while we're in town, we're gonna go get some supplies."
Sounds good, Molly.
And with that, you can hear them walking off.
Yep. They already know what's up. I don't have to tell them to be careful. They're already smart enough to do that.
Plus, being a level 3 druid,
Yeah.
not much in town that's gonna really do much to her.
She's
Nah.
wildfire, isn't she?
Yeah.
She's a wildfire, isn't she?
Plus, you gave John a really strong bow.
What subclass did you pick for Molly?
Do what?
What subclass did you pick for Molly?
We'll talk about that later. Because
Okay,
I'm
good.
still having computer problems.
Glad to hear it. Okay.
We'll try to see if we can get it fixed before we all head out.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, with that, you fully donned your gear, got your backpack all set, or your sling, whatever you wear, and started to head out. Now,
Quick question, actually. One thing I forgot to ask last session.
what's that?
When I gave her that great sword so that she could go and she could seal the portal or whatever,
Mhm.
was there anything left of that sword, like just the hilt or the handle or anything?
It would have been used up. It was the component.
Yeah, the whole thing was gone. Okay. Dang, I was hoping I could have like a token, like, look what I got, bitches!
A broken ass sword?
Yeah, a broken ass sword that helped save the world. Fuck yeah.
Some
May not be Excalibur, but it's close.
Yeah. It's okay, how many gods have you slain?
the level 20 innkeeper?
How many gods have you slain?
I hope send one back.
All right, Tien telling Vegeta how many Gokus have you defeated?
Fuck!
Oh.
Uncalled for.
Yep.
So, as you run up, is there anything you want to do before you head out of your room?
No, I was gonna have a little do a bit, but you already sent Mon and John and Molly out, so it's okay.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. Well, I'll have another chance for it. Don't
All
worry.
right. Okay.
Yep. So I go ahead and head downstairs, and I'm gonna check in with the innkeeper and be like, "All right, heading up."
Turning in your keys and stuff.
Yeah, or the adventuring guild. They're like, "All right, here's the keys. Unsure if I'll be needing them again tonight or not. So maybe."
What room were you?
Room 17A. Should be under ropes.
For ropes.
Yes, and then 17B, I had John and Molly.
Real quick, hold on. And with that, you see kind of, you can hear the click of a lock.
Oh
As it opens
no,
up
did
her
they
chest.
damage something?
No, you had a friend who was in a rush for some reason. Said that she was being tracked.
She had her face covered?
Yes.
Got a really attractive eyes?
I wasn't paying attention to that. I was kind of surprised by the whole "I'm being tracked. Don't worry, I don't need help."
Oh dear. Oh,
Anyways, here's a bag of holding and 2 gold.
I believe those are yours.
Pockets. You didn't say the 2 gold were for him. You just handed him the bag and 2 gold.
Yeah.
Oh, Strella, what have you done?
And there's a message she wanted me to hand off. And
Is it a message to like T-Resolve or a message to Asair?
I'll say
it's
I see.
a message to Asair. He
Yeah.
says the basically the kid because he's like 19. He just she said it was for Asair.
I'm meeting with him shortly.
Okay.
Thank you for this information. You have a good day.
You too. Good luck with your friend.
I really should need it.
Okay.
Okay, and just kind of looking at it quizzically, like, all right, do I open this or not? Nope, it's Asair. Better not.
So, and it's just kind of rolled up paper. He was just taking the notice you were telling him about it.
Okay.
So it's not like fancy in a tube and all that. It's just
Oh, I thought it
just
was
rolled
just,
up
a
message.
message.
Yeah,
I
it's
thought it was just trifolded.
he likes to roll his.
Fair enough. What else does he like to roll out in his off time?
Okay, that's it.
Listen,
Roll damage.
as long as you can show up and
That's
be
max.
productive, the guild doesn't drug test.
Fair enough.
At least not in this town.
Fair enough.
They learned their lesson after they had a hiring shortage.
Oops.
So,
That's true. Posters went up all over town.
Damn, no farts.
so as you make your way through town, go ahead and roll me a D100, please.
10.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
wait, that's 100.
Do you read that as 100 or do you read that as 10?
That is 100.
That's 100?
Yep.
Cool. Every
I thought
every DM reads it differently, so I'm just like,
I thought
cool.
000 was 100.
No, 00 is 100. My apologies.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah, that's
So
a
that's-
1.
So that's
a
one.
Well, that's a 1.
That's one.
That's a 1.
That's a 1.
Okay, so
Limit the
congrats,
worst.
you got the 1% chance that was on my random.
Yes.
Yay!
Maybe.
Yes! No!
This is going to be really bad or really good. There is
Yes.
nothing.
No!
No in between.
The most authentic reaction of a D&D table ever.
Do what?
The most authentic reaction of a D&D table ever. This is like, this is good, right?
Unless.
Somebody clip that and send us like a gif of me going,
Don't send us a
Okay.
gif of that. Send us a gif of that because he can pronounce it like an actual person.
Okay, roll me one.
Are we gonna start a
I
war
will.
with this?
Okay.
I will.
You're still falling in that 1%.
Yeah.
but
All right, here we go. 49.
49. Okay,
At
so
least I'm assuming that's how you read that, right? Okay.
so it's the second quarter. Okay, so
I'll
as
take it up
you
with John himself about this, okay?
as you are going through town, you find that there is a crowd that starts to gather that makes it a little bit harder for you to walk through. As you continue your way through, since you're trying to get to the tavern as quickly as possible, you find yourself walking into the center of basically what you can consider the eye of the storm, as it's a nice clear spot that looks like they've put about 20 feet in between radius. Let me see here. As you enter in, you can hear chanting starting. As you found yourself actually going down a different road than you normally would take. You are no longer on the main road itself due to all the traffic. You find yourself on a back road. Once you've entered the slums, you find yourself that this is the so-called never talked about Fight Club of Slayfest. You, wandering into the middle of the ring, have initiated the first match. Roll me a D100, please.
Oh
Do you want to roll big boy or no?
No, well, these are doing great for me so far.
For Lori.
82.
82. Okay.
Oh, yes, this is going to be glorious.
That's my line.
So go ahead and put your name on the board there.
Let's go.
Let's
time.
go.
Oh, sure. No glory in a bar fight, but in a fight club, absolutely.
I don't think he even realizes he's in a fight.
I don't even realize it yet.
Find the crowd being too tight to exit for the moment. As you
It's you? It's
As you
him.
can hear very loud chanting happening as you
Where
can
is
see
it?
this crowd starting to temporarily part. You find yourself staring, waiting for something to come up as the crowd finally closes back. However, you do not see someone at your own eye level until you hear a "Hey!" And as you look
Is it
down,
Timmy? Is it Tim?
you see a Haragon.
Hey!
Is it the same Haragon that I encountered at the bar on session 1?
It is not, but
Oh, okay.
give me a perception check.
Okay.
Oh.
I was like, is it Tim?
Perception, you said?
Mm-hmm.
You and Haragons, man.
24.
24. Okay, so taking a note, you roll for a second. You think, wait, is that the Haragon I met whenever we were first here?
Yep.
You go, no. However, you do notice a familial resemblance, as
Oh.
the markings on Haragon, just like markings on horses or any livestock,
Familial.
have a familial sense behind them. There's always one similar mark between descendant to ancestor. As you look him up and down a bit further, you begin to take note of the gear he is wearing. You notice that they aren't just a straight up hand-to-hand. Normally, as the ref is coming out explaining the rules, you find out that whenever a fighter enters the pit, they normally try to pit them up against somebody wearing similar gear or with similar skill.
Oh, shit.
So you do find him wearing what looks to be heavy armor, at least for a small creature. You find that basically what the mini looks like is what you're going up against. Has what looks to be plate mail, along with a shield and a mace. However, with you getting above a 20 on your perception check, you notice a familiar symbol on his shield specifically. Because it looks like a bull.
Am I
That
free?
matches the one that you have engraved on your medallion.
Am I allowed to, is he like, alright, it's go time, or is there obvious, we can have some back and forth here for a second?
The ref is still kind of talking at this point because it's the ref just explaining because they can tell you're a newcomer to the fight club.
Yeah.
Just
Huh,
explaining.
this guy
the
just
rules and
wandered in
everything.
and wants to fight, apparently. What?
You do have someone who comes up and is like helping to like take your gear so it's not in your way.
Hands me on my mouth.
Think of it like whenever you go to a really fancy, club.
Yeah.
There's people who come up to help you, like take off your coat, your hat, and everything. They start doing it even before you ask, because it's how they're trained. So by this point, one of them asks as he is holding some of your gear. He goes, "You're allowed one weapon. Which would you like to keep? Your shield counts as your armor, so if you want to hold on to your shield, you can, or you can take a single weapon."
Give me the shield and the warhammer.
Okay, and with that, the two basically rat folk who are holding the shield wobble it back towards you since it's a tower shield for them. They're small. The human that was holding some of your gear hands you the warhammer, and they set it aside in this kind of like rough booth that's been set up. And with that, the ref basically then looks to you as he was doing the whole announcement for rules and everything. Noticing that you were a bit distracted, kind of staring at this, rearing to go, ready to fight Haragon. He looks at you and goes, "Do you understand the rules?"
No.
They never listen whenever they first show up to the ring. Alright, so, this is not to the death. You are not to kill your opponent. I cannot emphasize that enough. If you do, the rule is you have to pay for all the ceremony as well as give a condolence fee to the family of the fighter that you kill. And you are forever barred from the fight club, and depending on who you kill, there might be a bounty on you. You don't do it, but their family might.
Okay.
Alright.
Does it go until one of us surrenders, I'm assuming then?
Either surrender or unconscious.
Understood.
You can make someone tap out, or you can knock them unconscious, or if they fall to a knee, then that counts as a surrender. So if you see them drop to one knee, don't hit them, please.
Gotcha.
Alright.
Yep.
Now then, whenever it comes to magic, magic is not allowed all magic is considered lethal. There's very few people who know how to control magic enough, and we doubt that they would be here in Slayfest. So, no magic is allowed.
So no smites, huh? Good to know.
It doesn't count.
I cannot smite you. I don't know what to do.
It's okay. You could tell that this is a cleric of some type, so there's a chance that he might have a smite as well.
Yeah.
So, basically, going through the whole rules, he just explains that it's considered a friendly sport. They do have grudge matches if someone has a particular beef with somebody, but seeing you're a newcomer here, he highly doubts you have a beef with somebody.
Nope, not this time.
At least, not yet.
See,
You got this!
So, with this, just to keep it as a quick interaction, we are going to do 3 major attack rolls. So,
Okay.
using your weapons attack bonus.
Can I go and like just do something? Just kind of like point at his. You said it was on his shield, right? Or was it on his armor?
It's on his shield.
I'm just gonna go and just point at his shield, and hold him down. And go. With like a. Really? I'm excited.
You give him that look.
Yeah, like.
He looks back at you and goes, "Wipe that smirk off your face, Mule Slayer."
Oh.
Yep. All right. Yep.
So
I see what's going on here.
there's going to be 3 major rules using your attack modifier. Now,
Okay.
it is going to see how many strikes you get on him, and how many strikes he gets on you.
Okay.
So, and then from there it is. I'll go further once we do that.
Okay. So,
So-
3 attack rolls. You said.
We'll do one at a time.
Okay.
So for the first bout, that is a 25 on his end.
Okay. I got 22 over here.
22. Okay, so you both land a solid hit on each other.
Yep.
Second. Ooh, that is a natural 1 on his part.
I got a nat 20.
All right, yeah,
Oh,
that counts as technically 2 hits. So,
Okay.
third and final bout.
Okay. Switch that dice out.
Right, that's a natural 20 on this end.
natural
Dire roll.
11.
11. So that'll be -8 to your strength.
-8 to my strength, so 12.
12? Yeah, you won't hit him on that one.
Okay.
But it will still count as 2 hits, or 2 hits on his end because of the natural 20.
Oh my god.
So, you each have landed 3 strikes.
Mm-hmm.
So, now we go into damage calculation.
All right.
So, you'll roll your damage dice 3 times, and then adding the appropriate damage
Let's see,
modifiers.
what am I? Oh, yeah, so it's a D8.
That's fine.
Yep. Okay, so 3 plus 5, so that's 8. Shit. Okay. So
It
3, so
is
7,
28 on his.
22 on mine.
Alright, so he does end up winning the battle.
Yep.
Though it was pretty close. You each got really solid hits, and you each had a pretty bad fumble.
Yeah.
You being able to catch yourself a bit better on your fumble than he did on his. But at the end of it, you do find yourself going to a knee. With that concludes the match on this. As he seems to hold a bit of contempt, but as he's walking back into the crowd, he gives one final look back and goes, "You fight better than they say that you do." And he just walks into the crowd, kind of disappearing as a small creature walking into a crowd of mediums.
Yep. All right.
Well, the ref goes, "Well, you have the choice to continue if you'd like."
No, unfortunately, I'm already late for a meeting I was supposed to get to.
Okay, well, real quick, and with that, he kind of leads you off to the side.
Mm-hmm.
As you get past the crowd, as you can see some guards, that are not town guards, but essentially guards at the Fight Club has,
Some watchers.
help to part the crowd for you to get past, and he hands you 5 copper as your portions for the bout with all the betting that was going
Hey,
on.
got my ass kicked for 5 copper. Yay!
Let's
go.
go. 3 gold, so it's
3 copper, you said?
5 copper.
5 copper.
And with that, he says, "If you'd ever like to come back, that Haragon is a semi-regular. You might be able to talk with him again,
Definitely.
or see if you can beat him next time.
Yeah.
But
Should have switched dice.
with that, you can hear another bout going on.
Okay.
So, you do eventually make it to the tavern itself, and at this point, it is kind of a roaring cacophony of laughs, shouts. You can kind of hear an argument going on somewhere in the bar. It's too crowded to tell specifically where. And the local musician that's playing is not half bad. You could tell if you were drunk, they would sound really good right now. But with that, the keep can see you pretty well over the standard folk who show up and goes, "Oh, you're the one who didn't try to fight people. Okay."
Not this time.
I didn't try to fight anybody.
He was just the most noticeable, being a big minotaur trying not to fight somebody.
Yeah, it's really noticeable when a Minotaur ballerinas his way out of the door in order to get away from the fight.
At some point, he didn't know where you were at because remember you hid. So
Yeah,
you could have been
that's
part
All
of the
three
fight,
of us
but not-
did.
Yeah, we
We're just like.
And he asked me to fight, so I get it pass.
Yeah, that's how you pay your rent.
Exactly.
Do
So
something.
with that, he takes a look and goes, "They're in the storeroom where you first met."
Alright, someone head over there.
And you go in, and it's
Sodium lights.
barely any quieter than whenever you were out in that bar. It's pretty rowdy right now. As each of you have entered into the room, the first thing that you notice past Asair and then the corked keg for drinking is you notice two others sitting at the table. You notice a dragonborn who looks very under-armored for someone who is carrying a pretty heavy weapon. And then next seems to be a pretty dapper fellow who is kind of... Are you filing your nails right
Yes.
now? Or? Okay.
Just-
Who is taking care of his cleaning needs as he is giving himself a manicure.
Yeah, we got with 141, now we got 2.
He does appear to be drow, but is kind of a slightly lighter tone of drow. More than likely, for some of you who are a bit more traveled, you would recognize it as some of the younger generation of immigrant drow who came in during the war 100 years ago. As they don't have to worry about the Underdark as much, and so now they've kind of started to adapt to the snowy environment of Diadrin compared to their original rocky home.
Rocks.
Rocks.
I just, you know,
So you're the first one to come in.
yeah. I just like acknowledge us here and everything.
Linus, please have a seat.
I just point to these two.
Introductions shall be done once everyone's here. Would you like a drink?
Yeah, sure. What we got?
Well, I paid for a keg of
sharing
ale,
myself.
apple
Sharing
ale
myself today.
specifically.
No, nice. The
Nothing too alcoholic, but just something nice to sip.
yeah. No, Fitz keeps the nice ale on hand. But, yeah.
For especially the part of town he's in, he does have a decent few selections of alcohol.
Have to, have good taste for those who want it, and
You want me to tell you
the quick stuff to get you hammered if you want it.
If you say so.
Cool.
I think we both know that my standards have been pretty low.
You get the idea that Ossier is used to a different quality level than you. So
Yeah, he doesn't-
your higher quality to him is kind of like his meh quality.
Yeah.
But with that, he pours you a glass and
like I'm talking to him, but I'm also keeping like a side eye, just like kind of like looking at these. Not like glaring, but just like taking in like any sort of like physical features or anything like that.
give me an investigation.
We're both just staring, just
Like I said, not even focused.
How close are y'all sitting,
we're
by the
sitting
way?
next to each other.
Like
Like this.
So basically
like
like this?
Yes. We're just like this. He's going like this, and I'm cleaning my nails.
13?
Yeah.
Okay. So, with that, I mean, you don't get too much detail off of them past just kind of like what they're wearing.
Yeah.
One's wearing a bit nicer clothing. I would say you could at least tell at one point, or if not currently, merchant. As far as like the niceness of the clothes. For the other though, the clothing is a bit more tattered. As you can see that he's a bit more traveled. You're not getting too much of the finer details of what's on them, but the one thing that does catch your eye is you do see on the cloth that goes across his chest, kind of as a sash, you notice that there's a symbol of the Golden Dragon Temple on it.
He's asleep.
He was like,
Jane did say he's asleep, so
Okay.
he's just
Okay. I'm just I'm like.
loud sleeper or quiet sleeper.
oh, he just.
Every once in a while on an exhale, you do see a bit of fire sparks come out of his nose.
How's
As a white dragonborn.
how's Jabul come along?
We'll take care of the debriefing once everyone's here.
Ah, that's all right.
It's alright, no worries. With that, you finally make your way in Victorin after having stopped the runaway cart with the
You're gonna leave
Your
me
adventure
alone.
was a lot better than
unjustly
mine.
earned benchmarks. I mean, you found the Fight Club.
Yeah.
It's actually a rare find in most cities.
Fair enough.
So, which is actually a resource that I would recommend remembering.
Okay.
As you enter in, you notice Linus. At this point, it was just after he asked a question, and he's just kind of sipping and eyeballing the other two at the table. As you can see, a unconscious red dragonborn and very well kept Daedran drow. Just taking care of his immaculate good looks.
What's up, Vic?
Linus.
Victorian, would you like a drink?
Sure.
All right. And with that, you can tell that you can definitely tell because you remember him filling up your glass to about 3/4. He gives him almost like a full glass. Drink up.
Thank you.
To conserve your strength.
Appreciate it. I had quite the interesting.
Insight check on
Go
that.
I had quite the interesting encounter on the way in.
No, do tell.
Yes, there was a bank robbery in progress, and I managed to stop it. So,
It's gonna be nice.
Very skilled.
yes.
Yeah, you can tell there's flirting going.
I just give it torn side eye.
But
You'll definitely need to tell me more about it once we get the meeting finished.
oh, absolutely.
Maybe over dinner.
You know what? Dinner sounds nice.
Okay. And at the end of this communication,
Through that interaction, you just kind of see Linus just taking kind of just scoot further back in the chair to make sure.
and as you're screaming, Evangeline, this is whenever, and the group of you can actually kind of hear the door quickly slam behind her as she's
You wake
like
up or
holding this door as if something's about to try barreling through it.
Yeah, when I open.
Let me guess,
I'm
Aaron.
gonna go
Yes!
Give me a percentage check. With disadvantage because you're asleep.
Disadvantage? Okay.
Disadvantage because you're
We got
asleep.
+4.
Wow,
Everything good, Evie?
And a 12. It's 12
Carrots.
So 16.
16. Yes.
Yeah, that's enough for you to wake up quick to
Just-
open an eye.
Just an eye just open, just looking
And
at
I
it,
just go
like, what the fuck is happening?
Do you go back to sleep or?
Oh, yeah, if you notice that, he's just like, okay, it's good.
I'm pretty sure if shit gets out of hand, Fitz will take it.
Everything okay, Evangeline?
I just have bad history with somebody.
Oh,
They had a break at one point.
like a breakup or?
No, a brick.
Oh,
Like an
brick.
actual brick.
Oh, the Karen.
I may have sat on her son's birthday cake, so.
Why did you? We'll wait till after debriefing. Anyways,
We're having a debriefing for the debriefing.
would you like a drink?
Yes, please.
And then Victorian's
With
going to have a debriefing.
Hey, he pours you a glass for 3/4 for a glass.
That's
And
6
he
damage.
hands it to you.
What did you roll?
I'm unconscious.
So, as you're starting to sip on it, you do eventually hear the door open again. expecting
I'm
to see,
paranoid.
expecting at least a couple more. Alcir looks up and sees Rolt enter through the door. Not long after, well, it's a good bit after came in, Evangeline.
Okay.
Sorry I'm late. Got held up.
No worries. Is everything okay?
Yes, but no. Then I'm going to go and I'm going to reach out and I'm going to pull out the bag of holding that obviously you guys all realize. I'm going to set that on the table.
Westra.
And I'm going to pull out the note. For your eyes only, I'm assuming.
She is apparently being pursued by someone.
Oh shit.
It was left at the Adventurers Guild desk whenever I came downstairs to give in my keys.
Well, should we be going after her then?
I don't know.
It says that she will be essentially handling things from here. If this was the case, more than likely she's already long gone.
She's a big girl. She can handle herself. I trust her.
Well, I mean, she is one of the heroes of Dragul, after all.
Ah, I forgot. That is what they're calling us now.
I heard quite a lot of it before I headed out to meet you all today.
I didn't really get to take in, I don't think many of us took in, know the full story of what was going on with her, but I hope she at least knows that if she needs us, she can just get some message to us.
Considering she was, polite enough to leave, and I pointed the bag, that behind as well as at least a note, I figured as much that she trusts us that much. If she didn't trust us, we wouldn't have heard anything at all.
Well,
Ah,
We
the
shall-
John Cena spout.
we shall do the briefing, and then we shall talk further on some other notes. First off, I'd like to introduce two of my most recent finds for the guild. They are traveling with me for a bit to get to know a bit of the guild system itself. I got the metaphorical short straw of getting to teach some of the new higher rankers a thing or two about the guild. Essentially the same things that you each had to learn after reaching the 5th level in the guild. So, they eventually will be ready to go on their own adventure. Who knows what that will be, but it'll take roughly about 4 weeks before we let them handle any guild-related business. Firstly, introductions. If the two of you would.
Just wakes up, looks around. Oh fuck. He's like, I saw him coming. Oh, I'm Thorn.
What is it?
Thorn.
Thorn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just Thorn Firestarter is my name, and just here, told to be here. I don't know. I could.
You
No, it's all right. No, it's fine. In the files, he's been codenamed Flint, according to some of his compatriots in the Golden Dragon Temple. And for our well-manicured friend over here,
Greetings to all of you. I am Silas. I come from Daedrin, and a very recent addition to our very prestigious Adventurers Guild.
and I'm just doing this for meta knowledge. If Strella was here, all she would hear in Linus say is like, "Oh fuck, now that's two of them."
If you are going to say a Roman say, oh god, they're multiplied.
But yeah, no, you just see
Starts
Linus
watching.
just go like, just this, like if eyes could sigh.
Do I see that? If so, I want an insight check.
give me a perception check,
Cool.
since you're looking at the table.
Just the person.
Are you trying to do it sneakily?
No.
Okay.
Perception is 8.
Well, I was talking to him if he was trying to do the eye roll without being noticed.
I was like,
8. For perception? Oh, it's the perception, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't see it coming. I don't see it.
I was gonna say DC 10.
Yeah, fair. You're just like,
So
I'm messing
I'm
like
here
4
for
extra
those
points on
Listeners start washing
perception.
his hands. I do not want to catch fancy.
So
They will be, like I said, they are currently my wards as far as the guild is concerned, learning some of the how we conduct our business and how we take care of things such as debriefing after major events. Now then, and last year leads into his debriefing, essentially just catching y'all up on everything that kind of happened in Drake while y'all were traveling and everything, getting everything set. Essentially during your arc through that portion of the campaign, he lets you know about all of the different evacuations and different things that kind of went on, some of which took place in the a la carte roles episode. So if you want to double check back and see what he's debriefing them on, make sure to check out the a la carte playlist. Anyways, as he is continuing through, he notes that just like as Crack had told you, roughly about 90% of the Church of Plutus have been wiped out in one way or another, either through the mutations of Hadar or helping to fight the abominations and just losing their life in the effort to save people. He does note that they have started construction on the Temple of Tauros in the city of Dragul. There are, he had gotten word after the king had sent a message to the temple in Tyler, which is a very... Basically, he said their first response was asking if this is a declaration of war, as it's a country who normally doesn't like to speak with Tyler. But since that's where the headquarters of the Temple of Tauros is, that's where they had communicated. Luckily, there was a representative of the Temple of Tauros in the king's court in Tyler at the time, so they were able to smooth out the tensions of a letter being sent from the king of Drake to the king of Tyler. But he does say that it
Probably server in the blue, if I remember correctly.
may not be anytime soon, but this could be the start of smoothing relations between the giants and the dragons.
Hey.
He just doesn't guarantee anything.
Oh.
Yes.
Past that, he relays back that luckily they were able to keep civilian casualties to a low, roughly only losing about maybe 10 to 12% in the total carnage that they were able to protect.
I mean,
It's still
bad,
a lot of numbers, but considering it was basically a countrywide nuke event, it's
That's
sad, but good numbers. They luckily are able to rebuild. They have the guild basically is taking over policing efforts in accordance with the King of Drake to make sure that the country keeps stabilized. If there's any hidden nodes of the Temple of Plutus, there's a lot of guild members who are basically foregoing their normal looking for jobs to specifically just work under the King of Dragul to basically weed out the remaining abominations and anything else that does come up. Since the original force of Drake has been pretty heavily damaged after the fight. But all in all, rebuilding efforts are underway, and there's initial completion set for roughly a year from now, where they should be at least back up to 80% efficiency as far as the country's concerned. Past that, the Temple of Gaia has extended a invitation to your group to visit them if you were ever in Creek, specifically their headquarters in the capital, as kind of a thank you and everything. Basically recognizing you their own way as people who helped the temple itself protect another country. It's one of those that Alsair goes into the diplomacy of a lot of the religions in the world, and it's one of those that he goes into it. He kind of sounds a bit pessimistic whenever he's talking about it, but he basically says that it's a way that different countries can set a foothold in other countries without it seeming like a declaration of war. But he says that the Temple of Gaia is one of the churches of good people, so he doesn't see that as that being the case, but he's one of those that's just kind of keep your eyes open. Never blindly follow any teaching. Make sure to essentially just be wary, even if you trust them. You can tell he's coming from a place where like he's dealt with a lot of people around the world.
Yeah.
And having dealt with the Temple of Plutus, while there is a lot of good people, well, now it's technically all good people in the Temple of Plutus because the other's dead.
Yeah, buddy.
That's one way to root them all out.
He just warns you that any group that seeks any type of foothold, period, you always need to keep one eye on them. But he does say that an invitation has been sent out to you, and he hands, with Linus, with you being the first one showing up and the closest, he hands you the letter with the seal of the Temple of Gaia on it. Which, Victorin, give me a perception check, because he shows it to the party before handing it to Linus.
Okay. That's a 16.
16? You get a quick look at it, but for a split second you can swear that the sigil is changed just a little bit from whenever you last visited Creek.
Okay.
But past that, he says that everything's good as far as rebuilding, healing efforts. The guild has basically been able to increase their favor with the king, so there's a good chance that even with your stamps of the king itself, there's a good chance that guild members can, like standard guild members, can get just as far almost as what you have.
That's pretty freaking good.
As far as the current time stands.
Yeah. I mean, that's good. Just
So, with that, he's concluding it, just stating that each of you are going to get basically like a paid vacation, like you get paid downtime because of the effort that you had put into it.
Nice.
To where you will have 4 weeks of downtime. After this meeting, basically starting tomorrow, you're on vacation.
Oh, that's what a vacation is. Okay.
He says,
Right?
he says that you're welcome to pursue whatever goals you want during your downtime. The guild will, unless it's another major emergency during the time, the guild will not send you any correspondence requesting for assistance. They may send you just update mail, essentially. Spam mail from the guild.
Would you like to try our new oxytocin?
But with that, he just says, I want you to each enjoy your time off. Please take care of yourselves. If you need anything from the guild or from myself, as he makes direct eye contact with Victor, and you can insight check it if you want
Yes.
to.
Insight check.
Everyone, I
already know.
wasn't paying attention when he was doing that.
18.
18.
8. My
Uh,
dice
Just-
will let me tonight.
you think that he's probably upset with Victor. Roll believes that he might have something against Victor.
Oh, what did you do? He
Eventually,
explained himself.
you
What did
get
you
a
do
pretty
this time?
good idea that like Alcier like has a thing for Victor. Technically, it's high enough. Would it be a thing of like playful flirting back with Alcier?
Oh yeah,
or-
he's totally playful.
But as the meeting withdraws at this point.
Oh,
'cause-
wait. Alcier, I actually had one request before we leave.
Oh yes.
Do you have a copy of that contract by any chance? I need to double check some things.
Which contract?
The one that we went and we signed originally. We wanted to
Yes, I should have it. And he digs through his own bag. Yes, what do you need to see?
I wanted to double check some of the wording on it. With everything going on, I just wanted to make sure everything was in place correctly. Like if something were to happen to me, and that John and Molly would be okay. And I wanted to check some of the wording on here, if that's okay.
Most certainly. As far as your wards are concerned, if anything were to happen to you before they can take care of themselves, we would definitely take them under our wing. There are quite a few wards who have been under the wing of the guild in the past.
Okay.
They would definitely be given the best care possible and
Okay.
be able to find gainful employment if need be.
And is that basically like what the contract has in it? It has just like,
That's
I-
basically like it's under next of kin clause subsection B where it talks about wards.
okay. And the rest of the clause and everything is usual, just work order kind of stuff. Okay. Gotcha.
So it's essentially like whenever you're signing paperwork for a like a hazardous job,
Yeah.
and it tells like next of kin, wards, children, stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay.
It basically goes into detail of upon your death, monetary compensation will be sent out to the family, wards will be taken care of. There's no other family member to take care of them,
Gotcha.
so on and so forth. But the gist of it is you can tell that they genuinely will take care of any wards that you had.
And the rest of it is kind of like, employee handbook. By signing this, I agree to the following. I will work.
You
this,
can't
I will
sue
do
the
that.
guild if you get injured on a job.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to double check on.
Oh, of course. With that, he sets it back in the bag and looks and goes, well, firstly, before we leave, what was the deal with the Karen?
I have a history with a individual here. I may or may not have sat on her son's birthday cake.
Yes, you've said that. What led? Did you have a grudge against the
You
child?
were there.
or-
No, I was sort of like pushed back into it.
Oh, so it was an accident.
It was an accident. She did not see it that way, so she tried to start a fight, and it led to a break.
Well,
Across the head.
where did she get a brick? There's not any bricks in this building.
She found a way.
She had it sewn into her purse.
No, one of these self-defense purses. Understood.
Yes.
Well then,
I got
And
a really
then
good. I got a really good look on it right before I clocked the guy.
Yeah,
Pass that
a
around.
lot of things happened that day. I think wasn't she kicked out of the
It
tavern?
turned off.
Oh yeah, no, she was arrested.
Oh,
yeah, she was
Yeah.
arrested. She's no longer welcomed in the tavern.
she's no longer welcomed in the tavern, and she got arrested.
Freaking dad here sitting that.
So yeah,
Well then,
Karen.
anyone? You had a question, if I remember correctly.
Oh, I was just. I mean, it came up with the debriefing. I was just like wondering, how the efforts were going in Dragul with. I mean, all of Drake is important, especially after that catastrophe. But I was just like wondering, like how the temple was doing, how the Golden Dragon Temple was doing, because.
Well, the good part about the Golden Dragon Temple is, I'm sure you're aware, is there may be a quote headquarters, but each one is pretty self-reliant. They have their summits, yes, but the good part is they are assisting as well with the rebuilding efforts. Kyle is doing better. He's in talks with an artificer at the moment to help replace limbs. As whatever that being is made of definitely works against most magics, as we've had a couple clerics try to cast regeneration on him and nothing. So
Oh no! Now I remember what the other question was. In regards to the beings or beings that have done this, has there been any like manhunt underway?
as far as the bringing in of Hader into this world,
Well,
or
more like the capture of persons responsible for attempting to take and bring Hader into the world.
well, we did have a madam named Delilah who turned herself into the guild. Who she is helping to answer quite a few questions. So she is technically under arrest, though she is just under monitoring at the moment, as we have deemed her as a non-threat.
I just found the-
Past that, the collaborators that helped to bring that abomination into this world are, for the most part, dead from our understanding. But
Ethan.
I just turned
there
the
are a few, like I said in the debriefing, there are a few cells of them still wandering around Drake as we are spreading ourselves as much as we can without putting ourselves out too much as far as making our lines too thin. As it is not just the abominations of Hadar that we have to worry about, but some of the wildlife itself had been altered due to his entering. So
Oh, almost forgot about the Yeti.
Yeah.
Or was it
sounds
abominable?
unpleasant.
It
It was an abominable Yeti.
Abominable Yeti.
It's a the hard difficulty Yeti.
And when we help me with my memory because it's been a long month.
Yes, it has.
You said that like when we were about to take and set off, we had like these different places that we could take and go. One of them being helping the problem in Drake. Like there was Creek, but Ted and Tyler. Was there anywhere else?
There's always major incidences going on in each of the countries. They each normally send in one major incident a year that requires the guild's help. But we did have other members who went out to assist in what was going on at the time, and I can at least report to you that everything was pretty handled. Nothing as wild as what was happening in Drake.
Well,
Yeah,
that's good to know.
Yeah. Well.
We took the hardest job unknowingly. Good. I'm sure some other team would have died trying to save this. So yes.
But well, I'm glad
And
to
you see
ship
Linus
made it
just
back.
1,000-yard stare at
So-
the table.
Sorry, Linus.
It's fine.
Do we need to talk about this? Do I need to go get Sheila?
No. No, the last thing I need after taking and coming back home is having a flame-throwing fucking sewing machine chasing me.
She didn't throw any flying sewing machines at me last night.
Oh?
like the first time, like Linus and Victoria go.
Do tell.
Do you have some more of that ale?
Yes.
And,
At this point, just because of the length of time and just it's about halfway into, but there's plenty. He's gonna insight check real quick. Oh yeah, that's a 21.
So
he's gonna go 1 moment, and he pulls the glass that you're gonna try and grab to fill it up with, and he grabs a stein that was setting off to the side for pouring for. And he just basically knocks off the lid and fills an entire stein for you, and just
forget the glass. I got the picture, y'all.
Yes!
So first off, and yes, like if you want to insight this is 100% truthful. She's a nice lady. Nothing of the romantic sort, I assure you. It's strictly platonic on my end. But we had a very nice meal with lots of talks. Got to tell her a bit of the adventure. She did get my letter and I appreciate that I wrote back to her. So we cleared up the air in a good way. But she's a nice lady. Loves to talk, but also a good listener. You can incite it all you want. You can get a natural 30 if you want, but that's honestly.
Yeah, that's a 6.
Yeah.
Honest to God, that is what
That's
Rose
a
is
dirty
feeling.
20.
Yeah.
Like I said, that's honest what Rose is feeling. If Strella's feeling something else, then that'll be something else.
Sheila, jeez, man.
I don't know. I got Strella.
You even had
I
a
know.
nice evening with this guy.
I know. I'm sorry.
You wake up with Strella right next to you all the time.
Give me a perception check.
Just with like the hypnotoad.
If this is
Everyone
Cameron,
give me a perception check.
Everybody give us a
Okay,
perception.
including me?
Oh yeah, no.
okay. No, this is Cameron getting his names mixed up.
Oh fuck.
17. Okay.
That's an 11.
This is Cameron getting his names mixed up.
9.
So for that,
14.
14.
21.
You're the only one to notice it because you have fur, so it doesn't work as much as just noticing stuff on skin. But you do notice a slightly faded green lipstick mark on his cheek.
Oh.
It wasn't anything sexual. It was just a good night kiss.
Yep.
I look over to
Made a
Flip.
pet.
Just
Are you gonna just straight up put it on your cheek?
just kind of like try to point it out as
When he
sneakily.
points it out to you,
Yeah,
yes.
just him.
Yeah.
Give me a sleight of hand check.
Let's go!
Let's go.
Can we do insight on that?
Or perception.
You've already done the perception
Yeah.
inside. This would be a sleight of hand.
14.
14.
14. This goes off your passive perceptions.
Oh, damn it.
Linus sees it.
Oh!
Not that much.
I got 18 passive!
I see it.
I see it.
What was it you rolled? A 14?
Yeah, I rolled a 14.
Okay, my passive is 16,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
you spot everyone at the table sees it.
Well, to be fair, he is a fucking big ass.
You're the same size as him.
Oh, I got in a fight with a Huracan from my same order, actually.
No, the lipstick.
No,
Lipstick.
he wasn't wearing lipstick, I don't think.
Never
Must be a
mind.
bruise.
Never mind.
Hey,
I
don't
just-
worry
never
about
mind.
it.
It's fine, though. Just remember, you're not supposed to talk about it, as Ossier gives you a knowing look. As you're talking about the Haragon, he gives you a knowing wink, like, and says you're not supposed to talk about it. Because even the ref told you you're not supposed to talk about it.
I missed that part.
It's
You
fine.
never-
Fight Club. You don't talk about Fight Club.
Okay.
Exactly.
It's like I was only concerned with roll
Exactly.
3, so.
Don't kill.
No, if you're
Line
the
is
first person
for
I hear,
Dog.
you're fighting.
I know. That's why I said I was like, don't know about what.
Exactly.
I'm just like.
You hear Fitz open go, exactly. Shut your neck.
God, I miss being home.
But with that, Ossier starts to stand up from his seat. You are each welcome to finish off the cake if you would like. As far as Thorn and Silas, feel free to spend your evening as you like, but by tomorrow morning we will be heading back to the guild in Mechas. So, any other questions before I leave?
When and where do we report?
You are going on vacation, my friend. You can go anywhere you'd like.
What I mean after the 4 weeks.
We'll get in contact.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Not gonna press my luck no more.
You could, if you would like, feel free after the 4 weeks to just report to a guild. If not, then we have plenty of informants.
Alright, sounds good. Man. Long month.
One month.
Victoria,
Yes.
what does one do on vacation? I've never had one before.
Relax.
No, and
Maybe get some sun. Go to a beach.
Good sand.
we'll
But sand.
And as
we'll help you out,
Ossier,
big guy.
as Ossier is about to leave out the door, Victor,
Yes.
for dinner, would you? I know a nice restaurant that serves cuisine from Met, which, for reference, Met is kind of based off of the Germanic countries.
Ooh.
So it's known for its German-based food. As he looks back, he goes, "They
I
make
do
a
the
really
same thing.
mean sausage."
I fucking
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds wonderful.
Like, is this
And he
like?
gives you the name of the restaurant and gives you a wink. He goes, "I'll see you there tonight at 6 o'clock."
See you there.
and as the, like we'd already left.
He was leaving before any of you.
I just take it like as Ossier stands and like starts moving around. I take it. I just kind of like pull this. This. Don't skip on the wine.
What did you whisper so the mic can pick you up?
I said, "Don't skimp on the wine."
Oh, there's a reason why I started off what I did with the drinks.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a
I'm just like
total of 32
I
for a
just-
sleight
I
of
just-
hand to say it quietly.
I just like
Although Victoria was in trouble, what is he going to dinner?
I
Don't worry about
again. I'll tell you later.
Different kind of
Just
trouble.
Don't worry about it.
Is he going to get his ass chewed out?
Maybe.
That doesn't deserve a fucking inspiration.
That's possibility.
How many points do I receive? He's good.
Oh,
He's very good.
Like how many inches?
so,
Alrighty
with that, we'll just kind of, unless there's anything in particular that y'all are wanting to do for this evening alone, we'll go ahead and fast forward it to where you're starting on your vacation.
Yep.
The two of you meet back up with us the next morning and head back towards the capital of Mechas. And
It's
for the
Mecca
next 4
Mechanics.
weeks, each of you are, or the two of you are basically being taught the remaining rules and regulations of the guild.
Okay.
So that's kind of what you're kind of stuck doing is the last video training for your new jobs.
You're fucking finished.
Video training. Shit.
Flint. I'm gonna kill you! No.
Just don't.
Learning things like conflict resolution,
And sexual
customer
harassment.
service.
Customer
Oh no! No!
conflict resolution. Oh no! Banishment.
Remember, we're not just co-workers, we're a family.
Kill my character right
So-
now.
We just lost all our subscribers from that.
From there, your individual vacations begin, and we will go ahead and take this time to take a quick 15-minute break.
Yeah.
Yay.
Wow, it's fucking sorry. you know.
We're back.
All right. Thank you for the patience. You're back. So, as our party went their own ways to enjoy their vacations, however they each enjoyed it, we will see what they did and where they were at, if they have anywhere in particular, or if they were just kind of honing their skills. So, we'll go ahead and this time, since everyone showed up in, ironically, counterclockwise, exactly counterclockwise order last time, we'll start clockwise here. So, roll.
Well, after meeting Harrigan in my order and learning that my reputation, unfortunately, is still going strong, I figured out that I'm going to have to toughen up just a little bit in case I run across more of them. And I'm also having flashbacks to how cold I got during some of the winter traveling. So I'm going to work on my constitution. And that's going to involve lots and lots of running until I puke, and also going and, well, Molly's a pretty good cook, but John not so much. So eating John's food. That should increase my constitution.
Oh no!
Doing 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, a 10-kilometer run every day.
Something like that, yeah.
Get pelted by ice damage.
Pretty much.
Have Molly cast ice and fire spells.
That's actually not fair to John. He's actually a pretty good cook. Who's not so good at cooking that I know that I can try and eat their food?
That
Strella?
No. Well, you can't find Strella.
Yeah.
Victoria.
Hey!
Let's go!
Why do
So-
I have to cook? Never had to cook a day in my life.
But as far as NPCs that you know,
That are
you
my own
could probably
people,
you could probably go find Brutus.
Oh God!
Oh no!
God. Traditional null cooking isn't exactly the best in the world.
So he's going to go and help me with my training regimen by being my running partner and by feeding me.
Yeah, that's about to say no better.
He's your
no better,
trainer.
I was about to say no better Constitution trainer than a barbarian.
Yep. So that's what I did.
Although it's weird, I will say if you're eating the null cuisine that he knows how to cook, it's half unenjoyable and half kind of enjoyable. As
It's
it
good
would,
for you.
it would kind of almost remind you close to a lot of what the traditional Minotaur dishes are, just more meat based than vegetarian based.
Fair enough. Here I thought he was going to be giving me the Army's MRE equivalent. It's good for you. Tastes like shit, Sarge.
Pretty much.
Mhm.
When I say traditional, I mean like traditional.
Oh God.
Like we're talking like it's one of those where it's like, oh yeah, back in the day this would probably taste good, compared to eating dirt.
Back before they discovered sanitary cooking and spices.
Mm-hmm. So it has the nutrients you need. Flavor, it's an acquired taste, just like black coffee.
Oh.
But eventually, towards the last week, you get used to it, so the taste actually kind of wears on you a bit.
I have acquired iron stomach.
You now have advantage on any null food that you eat. Congrats.
Dies.
Eat the fucking food.
Oh yeah. Okay, so over the month training and working out with Brutus, you
Yep.
find yourself feeling a bit more hardy than when your vacation first started. Most people would take the time to relax or sharpen their mind, but you decided to keep your body well honed.
I don't know what a vacation is. We didn't have that where I grew up, okay? It
Same.
was you have work, you have training, and then some days you had less work and training, okay?
Is that a
Eventually, when the party runs back into Strella's, they'll find out what she was doing.
What up, y'all?
Evangeline.
So, I decided that I would work on my dexterity and find a trainer and just get better with finesse weapons and archery, just to
Round out your weaknesses?
yes.
That's the word.
You're good? Okay, so you
Yes.
worked with a personal NPC or just one of the ones that you've met through the last arc? Or?
We got one right here.
Who did we met that could help me through?
As far as you could have worked with Tony if you were wanting to work with an NPC.
Okay, I'll work with Tony.
So his ranged weapon skills are more in the pew pews, not so much the twink. But he definitely put you through your paces as far as obstacle courses. Essentially, the underground city of Dragul is its own obstacle course if you're not going through the well-walked paths. So you do find yourself at points trailing behind him, and he just kind of patiently waits for you as you come, eventually slowly march up, starting off, and then by the end of it, you start to feel yourself being a bit more agile than before. You're keeping pace with Tony a lot better. There are times, though, where he wants to get a little cocky just to help keep you humble. So there's times where you'll be like, yes, I'm finally catching up to you. And you go, okay. So the next time you go out, he just speeds off. But it's all in good fun. It's always one of those things. You can tell that he's not trying to insult you or anything. But by the end of the month, you feel that you are a lot more dexterous in your armor than you were before.
Still take a disadvantage whenever. Still.
You'll still have the disadvantage, but you're going to be doing a little bit better on those checks.
Yep.
Just don't get disadvantage.
Stop having loud armor. It's that simple.
Get good, man.
I will say too, if you had chose to work with an NPC, you'll have a better relationship with them, be it friendship or otherwise. So you and Brutus have grown a bit closer, so there's a chance that he may be in more communication with you throughout the campaign. Tony may be in more communication with you as well after all the training, just basically hanging out and having fun.
Okay. Yay.
So you would have been
Alright,
training in Dragul with Brutus. You would have been in Rock again, because that's his hometown. Which, I mean, you would have gotten to see Crack as well, and Kachua every once in a while when he steps out of his office.
Nice.
You also, the one that you don't actually see ever since is a very interesting tiefling with a top hat. But you don't see him around.
Shit, I forgot my interview with the green dragon.
Whoops.
Victorin, after a lovely dinner, how did Victorin start his first day of vacation and end it? Nice dinner of well-engorged sausages stuffed with plenty of meats and spices.
Yeah.
A nice bursting flavor with every bite.
I'm not even gonna lie.
But Asair, being a gentleman, bids you a fond farewell as Stephen leaves the following morning.
Okay.
First
So-
walking funny.
Victorian actually, he stays there in Slayfest, gathering as much information as he can from the Adventuring Guild, basically burying himself in books. Books of the arcane, of just general history, and also because of how much it sucked going through the tundra and everything else in Drake, picked up on a book of survival as well, and just basically studied up on those.
Okay. Now, with the survival aspect, did you practice any of the practical application, not just the theoretical?
I did with Molly before she took off to Drake with Rose a bit, and then
I mean, if Rose's okay with it, she could have spent the month with you.
I just spent the month with Molly and
Okay.
worked on survival as well as reading up and tried to gain as much knowledge as I could.
Okay. Well, I mean, you already have a pretty decent relationship with Molly, so there won't be too much change as far as an NPC is concerned. But yeah, by the end of it, you feel a bit more confident in the wilderness than you would have before. Definitely having a druid with you out in the wilderness tends to make camping a little more easier.
Yeah.
Even though Molly put you kind of through your paces on basically testing your knowledge on what's that plant, what's that animal.
Yeah.
Okay, it's your turn to find dinner tonight. A couple times you couldn't catch something, and Molly was like, well, if Rut's taught me anything, you never learn if someone gives you something. And so there'd be a couple nights where she was eating something she found while you were just smelling it cooking over
Oh.
Good girl, Molly.
She's gonna grow up to be a drill instructor. Not gonna lie. Shillelagh.
Circle of the Earth Druid.
Oof.
Let's go.
I mean, hey.
Circle of the Land, yeah. But by the end of it, you do start to. By the last few days, you do start to actually catch your own food and realize that the mistake you made at the beginning of the week, that this berry's not good to eat. You remember not to grab them again on the last day of the week. So overall, you do feel more confident in the skills that you're practicing.
Cool.
All right, Linus.
First, the first 2 weeks I'm gonna take and I'm gonna kind of track down Guthrie and listen. I know we've worked together on certain ventures before, but you're pretty good at spotting things that others may not have a chance to catch with their eyes. And like searching stuff out, looking for things, and so can you help me out, with that? So
I do apologize. Remind me
I'm gonna take
race and accent.
she is lizard folk, and just kind of has a slut fast, kind of like similar to mine, but like it's sounds just a little bit like just a little slicker than just
More New York or less New Jersey.
yeah.
Gotcha.
So just kind of like that,
Well, what is in it for me? Okay.
How does 40 gold sound for 2 weeks?
And remind me again what I'm looking for.
That's just taking and helping me like maybe.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't quite hear you under the paying me less than I'm worth.
Alright. So then what's your daily rate?
Well, if you're needing it for, you said 2 weeks. Well, how about we say, we'll just say 120 gold covers.
Like I'm assuming that we're like guild adjacent type thing since she's a part of the guild. Or just where we're heading, or like where we usually hang out type thing.
At the moment, yeah.
Okay. Get it.
Linus.
You and I have known each other for a long time.
More than I'd like to admit.
Yeah. So don't bullshit it. I may have been born at night, but I sure as fuck wasn't born last night. And you're good. I'm damn good. But don't bullshit it.
Roll me a persuasion check. She's good people. She's not.
Oh,
cheap
no, absolutely not. You said persuasion?
Yes.
Fuck. Yep, nope.
So that's a 9.
8.
Oh.
Yep, 6 on dice.
So she looks at you and goes, I guess I could bring it down a bit for an old friend. Let's just say 90 gold.
How about 45 gold? And I owe you.
Would you be willing to sign a paper saying you owe me one? If you're willing to make it legally binding, then yes.
Only with the stipulation that it doesn't go beyond the value of what's agreed upon. So basically, if you can't take and go to the Adventurers Guild, hire yourself a merc for a set amount.
If I needed a merc, I'd go to a completely different guild.
Oh, I'm well aware.
No, I'll keep it within the 45 extra gold that you would have earned.
Oh, that's 20. Put that up.
So 45 in favor and 90 out there. Oh. Alright. I take out I take out 45.
Okay.
I slide it over to her. And then keeping my hand on the table. Being like, you know I don't like being tapped down. I slide her the other 45.
I do know about your commitment issues. And she then inspects the bags. She goes, okay. With how she's looking through it, she's just doing a quick count. Is all 90 there?
Oh yeah, no, that
Okay.
one is there. I get her.
Well then, since you're paying for at least what we can agree upon is the full value of my skills, then yes.
But alright. Moves down.
What skill specifically? Dex?
Investigation.
Investigation. Oh, okay. She says, first thing in the morning, go ahead and get yourself some sleep. You're going to need it.
Alright. Meet you back here.
Of course. So, investigation, what else were you?
Then after 2 weeks of training with Guthrie and everything and being $90 or 90 gold lighter, I'm gonna take and actually if I can take and find somebody within the guild, that's fine. But if I can't like readily find somebody, I'll go join Torin and Molly, and like start like training to take and be like, all right, which berry is poisonous?
Your investigation would have took you out of the city.
Okay.
It's 2 weeks. It's
Right.
she's basically having you as a lackey.
Yeah, I know. I know how she is. But like after the 2 weeks, I take and come back, and then be like, all right, you know, I would get with Molly and basically start monitoring.
You wouldn't be able to work with Molly on
Okay.
it since she's already occupied teaching the
Right,
Torah.
right.
Because she's also helping him with the studies and everything as well.
Is there any
Any NPC that you've met
NPC from the Temple of Gaia or a druid?
from the Temple of Gaia? I mean,
Basically, somebody that's going to teach you nature.
yeah. I mean, you can named or not. You have a welcome to the temple. You can just find one of the temples. There's a few that are in Mechanus, since
Okay.
Mechanus and Creek have a good relationship.
Yeah, I think I'll just go to one of them. You know, whichever's the closest from where.
Actually, you do know an NPC who'd be good with survival. Burgess.
With survival or nature?
Are you needing nature or survival?
Nature.
Nature. Oh, then yeah, that's probably the guy.
Okay. So yeah, I just find one of the. So I'm just like. I take. How about this? I take and I help out with temple duties. Just helping keep things up when I'm on off time. You guys take and help things.
The gnome cleric just kind of looks at you and goes, well, I mean, you kind of gave us a big hand. You don't have to pay us back for us. You're helping us. I can just teach you over the next couple of weeks.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, let's go. And he actually takes you to his little gnome hovel where a bunch of them actually live. You find it a little uncomfortable even for you.
Yeah.
Because gnomes are almost half your size.
Right.
So for the first time ever, you kind of feel like walking into a room.
Yeah, I'm just actually headed to duck down and be like, oh shit.
That's how it feels.
But you do gain proficiency with it after they're done teaching you.
Alright, and then I make my way back to Slugfest.
They do warn you to not follow any roads that are tinged with a golden hue, though, as it can only lead to trouble.
Alright,
Just like Thorin coming in gold, just drip, just that's trouble.
And just to remember, there's no place like that.
Got it.
Victoria's Court.
Mine's being rebuilt. No, but yeah, no. After the 2 weeks, I just make my way back to Slugfest because I feel like that's kind of like where we unofficially agreed upon to take a meet back up. Everything before we headed out.
So it'll take you a bit after the 2 weeks, so you won't necessarily make it back to Slayfest before then, for the full 2 weeks. But as each of you are traveling, I know that y'all two are going to be traveling together. Go ahead and roll a d20.
Both of us?
One of you.
Where's the black dice?
One or the other. Doesn't matter.
Go for it.
I'm doing it?
Yep.
You don't get to roll very often, so.
3.
3. Alright, roll.
4.
Roll.
Yo, you won't get a 5?
Just a flat roll?
Yep, just a flat roll.
Flat roll. Got it.
This one is not what plates.
Ooh, 18.
Victoria?
Okay.
5.
6!
Ah! 5! 5! 5!
15 on dice.
It's just
It's
straight.
just a flat.
Okay, so
Okay, so-
15.
This wasn't necessarily anything to directly see when y'all make it back to town or anything. I was trying to see who would get the closest roll to them, as the two of you are actually the contact that's sent to find Rot to bring him back to the guild hall in Mechas.
I'm going to Mecca. See me, Mecca's.
So you do end up having to take a boat across to Roke and then further up to basically find Rolt. It's basically wrestling with a knoll that neither of you recognize. But the good part is it's not too hard to find a boat, as Thorn actually knows a guy. So it's
know a guy.
a pretty quick trip over there. As you are finishing off the rest of your training with Brutus, you do notice that at least semi-familiar, you've met him once, Red Dragonborn and fairly well-dressed Diadrin Drow approach.
You're familiar.
Yes.
You were asleep, and you're extra fancy.
Well, I would
So-
I wouldn't say hello. I'm Silas. This is my friend Flint.
Oh, Brutus, nice
I thought his name was like Thorin something.
This Thorn. That is what people call me sometimes.
Gotcha.
Well,
friends of yours.
The remains we seen. They are not enemies though.
we're partners of the guild.
Acquaintances.
Alright, I get you. So,
We're here for Roll. You've been called back to what was it, Tyler?
Mechas,
Mechas.
the capital of Mechas.
Yeah, you've been called back to the capital in Mechas.
Vacation's over, it seems.
This was vacation.
That's what they told me. They said to take a vacation.
You need to learn to relax a bit more, mate.
This was relaxing. Sort of.
I mean, I guess I didn't know you swung that way, but I appreciate the compliment.
Well, you know me. I get that firm grasp on the haft, and I go and I swing both ways with it.
Where's that?
Now I'm going to give you that inspiration.
That's a 9.
How much damage?
Ouch.
Oh, I
That's a 19.
If you ever need anything, Roll, anything that a friend can provide, feel free to send me a letter.
Take care, Brutus. Alright,
Hello, friends. Goodbye,
Hello.
friends.
Hello,
Goodbye,
bye-bye.
Moses.
let me grab my stuff and we shall be on our way.
Of course.
And with that, you begin to make your way towards Mechas in the country of Mechanus.
Remember years ago when I'd be so uncomfortable making those kind of jokes?
Which actually the pilot of the shipwreck, not shipwreck, the pilot of the boat that you're taking, you would notice as a Aquan folk that's actually fairly native to Tyler, that are called Savarians.
Savarians?
They basically have tentacle-like growths on their head that they can use like extra pages. Just normal deep sea folk.
Okay.
It would be a little bit surprising to you seeing one this far northwest of Tyler, but it's at least a recognizable race / face.
Here, I thought you were telling me that we were going to take an airship with Rivet Nixon again.
No.
Let's go.
Oh, let me try.
No.
He's
I'm
taking
actually
this
pretty good
downtime
with
to actually repair the small gas balloon.
Fair enough.
So y'all begin making your way back. Linus, we'll just do counterclockwise starting with roll. You are eventually found by just essentially a messenger of the guild, just letting you know that you are requested to come back to the temple, to the guild hall in Mechas. Just seems your run-of-the-mill action adventure hero, brown hair, blue eyes, human, roughly in his late 40s.
Alright,
May or may not have been
About how long were you given this message? Or was it just like whenever you delivered it, that's when it's just like get back as soon as possible?
Basically, they take travel into account, and so it was a thing of like, once I found you, it explains like once he found you that he needs to come.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So he said he'd been traveling for roughly a week.
Okay. Yeah. Alright, let's go.
He had to go closer to the southern border of Mechanus.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Alright.
So the two of you begin traveling back. It's a pretty easy ride. Kind of quiet as the guy doesn't say too much. As the two of you, Victoria and Molly, are finishing up the survival training, you are actually approached by John, who was sent by the guild to find you.
Hello, John.
Hey, so they told me I needed to find y'all. Y'all need to report to the capital of Mechanus. I think the city's called Mechas.
Oh, yes.
Supposedly there's some stuff that's going down. Rolt should hopefully be on his way. I haven't seen him in about a month, so I hope he's doing well.
I'm sure he is.
I figured I would have taken John with me, but okay.
Everyone kind of doing things. From what you've
Does their
shown
own
with
thing.
John to this point, he's kind of getting a closer and closer tie to the guild itself. So, your
Fair
boy's
enough.
growing.
My boy's growing.
Aw.
Jack will be proud.
So, with that, he starts helping to load things up, and it's basically just travel like normal whenever it comes to y'all. Molly just kind of recounting John with some of the mess ups that you did, and how she had to like cure some sicknesses a few times. How you found out that the difference between the good leaves to wipe with and the poison ivy.
Oh man, your ass hasn't been that sore since. Never mind.
Oh, we already got one!
I'll take it away if you keep it going.
Stop! He's already dead.
He's already dead.
I could be a real butt right now.
Go on.
Just like Jack, that joke is a dead horse.
Oh!
Stop eating it.
And then
That's a
eventually,
poor.
I do apologize. Remind me once more the NPC you were working with. Tony.
Tony.
Yeah.
And I got a net one on that, so
So only one damage. You're good.
it's fine.
So, with you're kind of the hardest one for them to find, as your training was taking place in the Undercity. which stretches for a long while, and if you're not native to it, it's really hard to traverse. So roughly by the time that I would say everyone else is about over halfway done with their journey back towards Mechis, is when one of the guild members is finally able to find you. And to them, they feel like they drew the shortest of the straws. As what comes to find you is a Goliath
Oh no.
who's trying to move through tighter areas that he's not built for.
Poor
Oh, buddy.
As he is storm giant lineage, so he's almost a large creature trying to move through this like squeezing size for a normal medium creature. And he finally like finds his way through one of the rat burrows that leads into an area that you and Tony are just kind of catching the last bit of your breath for the last day of your training, eating a few rations to keep up with the calorie intake that you need. And you see at first this massive hand come through one of the smaller holes in the wall, as then you can hear just as another large hand comes through, and as they come through, you can see him. Even though he looks kind of young for a Goliath, you can still see a very thick white beard growing on him, along with a slight purple hue on the markings of his skin, as his eyes, instead of a normal circle pupil, take more of a six-pointed star shape, just denoting the lineage of a storm giant Goliath. As he just... the hardest thing for him to get through is his chest and shoulders. As he finally pushes himself through and just hits the ground. All right. Evangeline?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
I feel like I was the wrong person they sent for this job.
I'm
but-
sorry.
You are being called to the guild headquarters in Mechis.
Okay.
Can we take a different way out of here, please?
Tony.
Tony speaks up. Yeah, and I know a way out that might fit you a little bit better. We just gotta watch out for the tunnel snakes. The what?
Yeah, those tunnel
Yeah.
snakes.
There it
Yeah,
All that
they're
indigenous
from.
life coming back.
No.
The what?
The what now?
It's been a month. Nature's starting to reclaim where it originally lived. With that, y'all are able to make it out of there without much of an issue. There's a couple times where Tony has to like damn near take the Goliath out of his knees to make him stop moving forward for a second when one of the large adult snakes comes tunneling by, which would have basically knocked the shit out of him with the speed that they're going at. Basically think like a subway train
Yeah.
at max speed.
Yeah.
But after about a day of travel, so at this point y'all are maybe, like most of you have reached it at this point, like Rolf, you're already there. Victorian, you're about one town out. But
Wouldn't I be the closest though?
he's traveling by water. Technically the
Well, I was in Slayfest.
so per the map.
The map.
Ooh, it's in color now.
So Slayfest, this is a way zoomed out, but there's a river that runs through here.
Ah, okay.
So it's a small boat river. Part of the reason that this is a marsh here is it all floods out this way. So basically taking one from Rock, just going through here, and then being on mechanical travel compared to walking.
Gotcha.
He's going to beat you to Mechis before you can travel, even if you take like the occasional automobile through cities. You're arriving second.
Okay.
So you are closer than just about everybody else. He just has faster transportation.
Okay.
We know a guy.
Okay, we'll
It's actually the same guy. It's Brian, who
Yeah.
Thorne worked with in the very first a la carte. So if you want to
Yay.
see what happened, make sure to check out the playlist of a la carte rolls. After that, it would then be Linus showing up roughly about 2 days after Victorian had arrived. And then basically you'll have few more days of downtime as they're waiting for everyone who was called to.
Are they
Come on.
already there?
Yeah, they.
Quick
These
question.
three were the first ones to show up in the town.
After the initial meeting that we had, who took the bag of holding?
You had it slung across your body.
Yeah, I take it off and set it on there. So
I assume
I
you took
assumed
it.
you took it.
okay.
Yeah.
One thing that I wanted to check, I guess, whenever we were in the White Dragon's cave,
Mhm.
After the whole Met Dragon battle, we found like a giant, what we thought was a diamond in there, and we stuffed it inside. Is that diamond still in there?
It's still in there.
Yeah, never been taken out.
Did we ever get it appraised?
No.
No.
It hasn't been mentioned since then.
Yeah.
Is there any chance I can say that during my vacation I found out how much that thing is worth?
Not yet.
Okay.
But you can while the
We're-
first one to show up
yeah,
in
we're-
Mechas, so you have a day before Victorian shows up, and
I'm gonna do that.
3 days before Linus shows up.
And
And
maybe
then-
a week before I show up.
Oh, roughly like I would say, have another like 2 days after Linus.
Okay.
So in total, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you have 5 days before the rest of everybody else shows up.
Okay. I'm gonna wait until at least one of my friends shows up first, and then I'll have them go because I don't want them to think that I'm stiffing them or something like. Hey guys.
I'm right
Okay.
here. I'm right here.
So
We don't trust you though.
you will be told just kind of talking to some of the people in town. Mechas
We trust
is
you.
both
We just don't
mechanic
trust
and Mechas is basically the capital
Wait, do I
of
have an
artificing.
identify?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
It's where it all basically started off, where a lot of the research happened. A lot of the notable artificers over the last 200 years have mainly came from Mechanus.
Rocket powered sledgehammer, y'all.
No.
That could be done.
Yes.
But like, basically, just you find out it's kind of a big culture shock because Slayfast seemed like a fairly technologically advanced city, but since you took boats, you didn't have to travel through many towns. You find out that Mechas is basically all technology almost. Like it's early technology compared to what we have in real world. But think like that phase between the Roaring 20s and after World War II. Like it is, there is very few non-electrically powered devices in the city.
And here you have the boy from the sticks going. Oh, what
First
the fuck?
time.
DM, can
Yes.
we like rewind for a second because I forgot
What's
about my reward money.
Oh yeah, no, it's fine. It was 1 gold.
Okay, 1 gold. Okay,
Just
just wondering.
That's a
I was
lot of money. Like
it is, yeah.
to adventurers, that's pocket change, but like to the common people,
That's a week's worth of wages.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clear
that's a
that I did.
heroic. That's a heroic act reward.
Yeah, I was like, I just wanted to make that clear that I did go
So
get
here's
that.
$500
So
bucks, you know.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you got a gold.
okay, cool.
But yeah, you basically find out, which the two of you would have already known this, just how advanced. Like basically, you don't see any horse-drawn wagons inside the city.
Is there any flying
It's all
machines?
automobiles. You see a couple like early blimp-based designs where it seems kind of like the swamp gas balloon that you were traveling on originally, but instead it's a fully concealed floating gas that is then directed by a motorized propeller.
Ooh. What do they think of next?
First time.
Yes. How do they
Best way I can
how do they
say
get
is
buildings that
this
tall?
is the epitome of almost steampunk as far as how it looks.
Everything's so loud though, because I'm sure in like with the word machinery and everything
Uh,
else.
Well, actually, for the most part, because they've had so long to work on it over the last 100 years, you can hear the noise of machines, but it's kind of like if you're walking down Times Square of New York.
Oh, so he's definitely freaking out just a little bit because that's a lot.
Oh.
That's very loud for
You're
him.
hearing monomobile horns going off during
Poor
rush hour
road.
traffic. It's
Okay, I got the bag of holding, my other bag. I'm just like,
Keep him in. Make sure he doesn't get lost.
I was watching it.
so where are we going?
To the adventure.
The headquarters.
Lead the way.
Of course.
Follow you.
it'll be connected to the Tri-Temple Castle with the guild being a fairly new attachment compared to the other three.
Rote wants to look around and explore, but he also doesn't want to get lost, so he's just like following them. See something shiny, follows them some more.
He's right behind, but he's right behind you.
Okay, good. So I'm in the
You
middle of
know
y'all.
yes.
Okay, good.
He's like, he's not gonna let you get off track. You try to walk out. Don't go this way.
He's just-
Yeah.
So here,
Starts
that
walking
is-
into the traffic. Nope.
Oh, no.
Watch.
As you make your way up to it. Let me see here.
Oh. That's
There's
your cat.
keys.
There's the cat.
Snuck in.
Mm-hmm.
Damn tabaxi
You'll see the
rogues.
3 major guilds connected to the castle itself is going to be the Adventurers Guild, the Marksman's Guild, and then the Merchants Guild.
Nice.
The biggest one that you see on your way up there that isn't connected to the castle itself is the Artificers Guild, which almost rivals the castle in size,
Jeez.
along with the 3 other guilds. Basically, common knowledge in the town. It's one of those that the Artificers Guild used to be part of the castle, but then Artifici made leaps and bounds in research, and so they basically got their own building, and the Adventurers Guild moved into the vacant guild hall that they left.
Science. Heard of? Science, motherfucker. Yeah, science, bitch.
Hell yeah!
I'm with the science team.
Yes. Yes.
Are you serious? Are you
Yeah,
serious?
and the biggest thing that you would notice, Ro, out of all the countries that you've been to so far and all the major towns, this is the first one that is like mass majority humans. Roughly about 80% of the population from what you see. But they don't seem to heed you much mind. It's kind of out of all the experience, even compared to back home in Tyler, this seems to be a town that doesn't really care who or what walks past them as long as it's not bothering them.
Fair enough.
Okay.
So it's not that they aren't racist, it's just that you haven't done anything to get their attention.
They're indifferent.
Welcome to America.
Yep.
Anyways.
Science team.
Yeah, I see it.
But past that, it actually doesn't take too long, as basically the sidewalks are the biggest mode of transportation for a lot of people in town, unless you need to drive somewhere. But even from what you would have seen going through, for as fast as you've seen Mermobiles go, these maybe move 10 feet every 5 minutes, depending on what part of town you're in.
Yes. New York.
And Silas and Thorn, y'all would basically be seeing this. Silas, what you would recognize as kind of a country bumpkin in role. Thorn, you kind of notice a kindred spirit in a way of
Yeah.
being in this massive city. Whenever you first came here with Asier, you basically had the same mentality.
Yeah.
Just watching Rolt, just kind of, I would say, a mix of nervous but also intrigue. kind of moving through this loud city. John and Molly seem a bit overwhelmed as they're making their way through it, but they're a bit more used to large cities like this than you are. Just growing up near some major cities, they've gotten used to it. Plus, in John, you hear Molly worry a couple times about just how big the city is and everything, and you can hear John reassure her every once in a while. It's like, don't worry, you're with your big brother. I beat a dragon in Parcheesi. I'm pretty sure I can handle myself in a big city.
That's right. He's one tough guy.
Which the two of you would have heard that as well.
I just picture Thorn just smiling and a little laughter, just fire starts coming out of his mouth.
Just
Yeah, Thorn, your mouth.
Oh, fuck
in I would say about 3, almost 4 hours worth of walking, you do eventually make it to the center of the city, which essentially sits on this massive hill, as the town just kind of went up in the slope. So when you reach there, are you wanting to just chill at the Adventurers Guild, or what do you want to do?
I need a little time to decompress, so yes.
Okay. As the three of you go in, the two of you already haven't gotten used to it. When you walk in, this is almost like stepping into like Mall of America, almost with how massive it is.
Oh no.
It is, and there's plenty of people here, being a mix of the Merchants Guild, Marksman's Guild, and the Adventurers Guild. There's basically, due to the Merchants Guild, there's shops and stands everywhere. You find basically what you've relied on a lot with spells or seeing other spellcasters do. You're finding a lot of what's basically mundane technology to everybody else here, like flashlights that work better than torches. You have basically this one chargeable to you. You don't necessarily understand what it is. Silas would understand it being a early form of a portable radio, where you can hear music being played, but there's no bards or musicians anywhere, as the music's coming from a radio that's hooked up near one of the stands.
Radio killed the radio star.
Am I hallucinating? Has someone cast some sort of spell on me, or is that box talking and singing?
That's the music, and there is various technologies here, and I wouldn't worry about it too much. I see that you're very confused, but
The merchant's just kind of watching this Minotaur get closer and closer to one of his radios.
So it's like I'm looking at the spinning thing, and I'm like, I don't want to touch it. I want to touch it, but I'm not going to touch it. Because he's sitting there, you know, kind of like me when I'm in the store that's really expensive. I got my hands in my pockets, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not touching that.
pardon my friend, he's new to town.
Would you be interested in our wares? We sell both at-home theater radios, as well as we have a portable function one, although you do have to charge it by cranking the radio.
I understood about 3 of those words you said.
Will be
At home
That was 2 words.
and portable.
Okay.
that,
I'm
Everything
guessing
else
you're
is-
not from the area, like at all, like the country.
No!
do I get like a quick debrief on who these guys are at least?
As far as the
Yeah, we're the heroes
The
of
party?
Dragoon.
oh yeah, you would have had a debrief from the higher up in the guild that sent you out. It wasn't Asair, but it was another member of the guild.
We'll be alright. He's certainly new here in Mekis, but we have some important business to attend to but at a later date we'll try and check out your wares.
No rush. We'll be here.
Come on, no. We'll move forward now.
How does a man fit inside that box?
Didn't he see this back before?
John's. So
No. Like
radio
telephone's still
technology
freaking
is
out.
still kind of newish.
Yeah.
He would have recognized like
No. Back in the Dragul when in the mansion,
Oh.
your family's mansion when you went up the elevator.
We figured out the
Yeah.
elevator, yeah. And I
Elevator,
figured
yeah.
that,
Yeah.
you know, telephones, person talks on this end, and then somehow a person talks on that end.
But there was a radio on it. Remember?
we didn't
Well,
use
There
it.
was a speaker.
no, there was
Yeah, there was
playing elevator music.
Yeah. It was playing elevator.
It had a speaker on it,
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
but
I
that
never
was
got
an
my-
elevator, not a radio though.
Yep.
Yeah, but like same concept basically.
Well, because I think the first comment I made was like, is there a man playing on the roof?
We'll
It's
just keep
kind
going
of
on.
like elevator music.
Yeah. Let's get you checked in
All
to
right.
show that we've arrived.
What floor are we on?
1.
Fair enough.
Currently, you are on floor 1,
No, I meant what floor is our room on?
3rd floor. That's housing
Yeah.
for every guild.
Oh, okay.
That's standard.
I was gonna say, are they gonna stick me in a high rise? I'm gonna go, oh.
The meeting rooms are on the 10th floor.
We take the elevator.
Elevator comes down. There's a
Oh, I have used one of these before.
there's an elevator attendant waiting inside. Looks to be a fairly young dwarven male, just all geared up.
So we're going at the 10th floor, right?
If you want to go up to the meeting room, you can.
Well, yeah. Well, no one's there yet.
Yep. Well, y'all don't know who's the first to show up or not. I'll just
Yeah.
know that y'all got there with good time.
So let's check the meeting room and see if we're the first one here. If not, well, we can certainly relax in the guild. There's not exactly a lack of things to do.
Yeah, fair enough. I need to do some more push-ups
So,
anyways.
10th floor, please.
10th floor. And with that, you can see that there's 2 button panels.
Mhm.
One for medium-sized races and one for small-sized races. And he hits the button for the 10th floor, and you see him close the gate. As you start rising after the 2nd floor, it goes to a almost like a stained glass, and then a clear glass on the 4th floor, showing you basically a high rise of the cityscape.
I'm assuming he's got like railings inside the
Mhm.
elevator.
It's an early elevator.
Not a fan of heights.
Not a fan of this box moving thing. Heights I can handle, but this is different.
Molly's gonna kind of look over to you and go, "Well, you fought a god. Why are you scared of an elevator?"
I thought Molly and John were with me.
Oh, that's right, they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Yep.
My apologies. Yeah. Why did someone say something earlier?
I didn't know you were
I may be the god of this world, but gods make mistakes sometimes.
like me.
Oh. Louis. My apologies. So yeah,
Alright, yeah. So it's just
That's another 4.
my apologies.
That
John and
was-
Molly weren't in town with you.
Okay.
okay. Alright.
The heights I can handle. It's the reliance on metal and steel that worries me ever so slightly.
Well, the magic isn't exactly the most reliable either, but we deal with that.
Fair enough.
The dwarf attendant just kind of looks at you and goes, "It's pretty reliable. I have seen it hold larger than you, my friend."
I will trust you then.
He's new in town.
Ah. Well, welcome to Mechas.
Thank you.
As you finally reach the 10th floor. And as you're looking over it, you can even see over the city walls. As you can then see the miles and miles of agriculture fields and everything else that lay outside the inner city part of Mechas.
I now understand why birds never wish to land. This is beautiful.
Very poetic, sir. Is
Oh,
there anything
I didn't
else I
even
can do for you?
I didn't even mean to say it that way.
And he's going to look at you and go,
One silver.
Same.
and with that, he bids you all fond farewell and heads back down.
And Ezra, like, I'm sure he's down. It's like, does the silver help his cough?
No. Think of it as
A tip.
a payment for his services.
Ah, okay. That makes sense.
But y'all just tipped him really well.
Yeah.
You
I just flicked his silver and walked out.
just basically paid him in like a $50 bill.
Yeah.
But wait, the machine did all the work. He didn't do nothing but press a button.
It's the thought. Now,
Okay.
we
This
have a
is
meeting.
slightly strange, and I shall try and assume its customs.
It shouldn't be too hard. Flint does fairly well.
For the most part. Some of
Did he
it's
just insult you?
Maybe.
Minus 1! A 9 on intelligence!
Maybe.
I don't know.
Fair enough.
He's smarter than me, I don't know.
20 intelligence!
Oh!
I can't tell if he
Awesome.
I can't tell if he insulted me or if he complimented me. Who knows?
We'll find out later.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
I don't know if he's seen
As,
his stuff to do.
As y'all reach the meeting room area, it's a fairly expansive one. The one that y'all saw in Rock is actually about maybe a quarter of the size of this meeting space.
Jeez.
As this is the headquarters, it is a massive building in and of itself that's already part of another massive building. This one, from what you can see just down the major walk that you came up with after getting out of the elevator, has at least 20 different rooms down this one major hallway. The two of you would understand you're in meeting room 12, which would be about 2 hallways over.
Yep.
When you get there, y'all are the first ones to show up. There is a small catering cart that is left there by the guild per guild ordinance whenever a meeting is paid for. It doesn't have anything too fancy on it, but it does have a few confectionery sweets, some brownies, cookies. You do see what looks to be sliced deli meats, some crackers, a bit of sliced cheese, and then a few pitchers of water.
It's a charcuterie board.
So since
Pretty
you
much.
said, you said 5 days before
Everyone shows
Everyone
up.
goes. So we're the first ones.
Compared to the Norfolk distribution.
Another day, Victoria.
Okay. Oh.
What?
Alright.
So you were eating no food?
Yes, it's part of my vacation.
That's
You.
that's certainly a way to interpret a vacation.
Well, I don't know what the vacation is, so I just made it my own.
That's one way of doing it, I guess. As he just fucking picks up a brownie.
So before we cut, so what is a vacation, anyways? It just cuts.
Yeah, it just cuts.
So, with that, Victoria, you, John, and Molly do make your way into the city. As I definitely remembered that John and Molly were with you and not with
Yes.
Rob.
Totally. No one
Yeah.
knows.
So I'll just edit that out. But the three of you do make it into the town.
Okay.
As they, John, having seen this before, is a bit of your guide to the headquarters. You've seen a good bit of similar towns like this. You may not have been to Mechas itself, but you have been to a couple large cities near it. So it definitely is a sight to behold, but it's nothing that's going to take you off guard. Doesn't take too long. Molly seems basically entranced by all the different lights, sounds, everything going on. Looks basically like a kid in a candy shop, just looking around.
Try not to stray too far, Molly.
So she looks like a roach.
This is just with less fear and more curiosity.
You don't want your gold to be gone again.
Yeah.
Luckily, y'all kept to the main street that's heavily guarded normally. So, if you ever want to go to the little area that there is, the slums, you can always go there, test your luck.
No.
But it doesn't take too long. You do get to the castle after about 3 to 4 hours. In the meantime, the day that y'all had kind of went by, the guild had already set up rooms for you. So you're already kind of waking up and getting everything done by the time Victoria, John, and Molly are making their way up to the meeting room.
Okay.
And when y'all come up, basically the same dwarf attendant that they ran into is working the elevator at the same time.
Yeah.
Which floor?
Which floor was it? Was it?
We're going to the meeting room, floor 10. Understood. And with that, he waits for the three of you to load up and then closes the gate, hits the 10th floor. And just as depicted before, once you get past the 4th floor, you have a full view of the cityscape. As it then dings as you hit the top floor, and as the three of you go to exit, the dwarf goes,
I give him a silver.
This man is making.
he's making bank.
Yeah, the cost of living in a city like that.
Yeah. 5 coppers, the base minimum to tip a elevator caddy, and even then, that's like
Being
you're
generous.
just being nice to them at that point. Like you don't have much yourself, so you're paying them what you can.
Yeah.
But a silver is basically the norm.
This guy. Oh my god, these adventurers are fucking stacked.
Considering his rent a month is probably about 3 gold.
Yeah, fair enough.
And that's before bills and everything else.
It hurts.
Welcome to the real fantasy world, baby.
Taxes!
Welcome to California.
New York.
Stop it.
Yeah, that Mechas is heavily based off New York.
Gotcha.
New York specifically.
Here, I thought it was going to be Silicon Valley.
No, these people still have some rights.
Ooh.
It's not ran by the wealthy.
Mm.
So are we still?
It's ran by the politics.
So by the time they get up there, we'd also be like hanging out in the meeting room for a little bit.
Basically, if y'all just kept waiting to see who would show up each day, then yeah, you three would be in there already by the time John has led you and Molly into the room.
Yeah, Ro would have been like, "This is too weird. I'll be in my room till we push up. So let me just come find me."
So just the two of y'all in the meeting room then?
I'm applying his tattoo.
Okay.
Just in the meeting room. just
Molly, take a look out the window.
not even you just sitting there and I'm just
And she just, like, it's a protective glass on the elevator. You
Yeah.
just see her going right up against the window. Like she's just looking around, and then especially whenever she can see like the golden wheat fields and like all the different farm and ranch land across the seeable land, she's just enthralled. And then when that hits, at this point, it's one of those things where you basically just have this kid up against the window.
Yeah.
Y'all two, never having met these centaur kids before, you can notice that the male centaur of the two just kind of like head in hand, just.
It's just as pretty as at nighttime as well, Molly.
Oh.
Yes, you can see all the lights. And the city just light up.
Like she's just enthralled.
Yeah.
John's gonna
Victoria
look
just
over,
adding to it.
and, well, y'all have at least met John once or
Yes.
twice.
Yeah.
He would have looked over to you two.
I'm holding like a thread and a needle. Just
Giving me.
I'm giving him his
Do you
tattoo.
know where Rod's at?
Third floor. He says he's doing push-ups.
Okay. I'll be back, Victorian.
All right.
For the guild, feel free to make yourself at home.
I will.
I'll be back. What's going on with Rome? That's the last thing you hear from him as he leaves the room.
Wait, do these rooms have like a version of AC?
Think like the hotel,
Right, that's
Thing like what?
like like hotels, how they have that AC bar.
Okay.
That's where it's at.
Okay.
It's like
I don't like your toes.
It's nothing bad. It's just gonna be more flavor. Okay.
Yeah, the first night you spend in there,
Okay.
eventually it hits the temperature where it'll kick on to start cooling off the room again. So just
What is that noise? What is that noise? What is that noise? Oh, that
you
feels
can
good.
see it billowing
Feels
the
good.
curtains.
Yeah. He would.
You see buttons. You do see two buttons on it. One that has a snowflake, and one that has a picture of a fire.
Beep, beep, beep,
Which one are you
beep, beep.
pushing?
It's like cold air. Presses the flame. Ooh,
Yeah,
hot
after
air.
a while, it starts to get almost unbearable because this is early room cooling and room heating.
Yeah.
So whenever you hit the fire symbol, it basically just lets more and more hot water roll through.
Yeah. It's
And
like,
then
it's like an
just-
old radiator.
So it heats up fast with you standing next to
Beep,
it.
beep, 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 beep. Probably cold one.
And after a while, you can hear the water kind of stop as more water comes through, and you can hear it flowing, and the fan inside of it is now pushing cold air.
Ro's got pretty good investigation. He figures it out.
Takes a bit.
What's your passive investigation?
You would think that fire hot, snowflake cold.
Passive investigation.
Yep.
11.
11? Yeah, you'd figure it out eventually.
Eventually.
Huh, monkey, you stick. You know.
By this point, this next day, John, you can hear him knocking on the door. He goes,
Okay.
Rot!
So when he
Everything
opens,
okay?
the door, there's Roach, not wearing his armor, just wearing just like the equivalent to like a tank top and shorts or whatever.
Mhm.
And he opens the door, and a blast of cold air rolls over John.
I see you found the air conditioning buttons.
Yes, John. I'm just doing a nice workout. He said,
You just gotta, when you're done, you just get dressed. And then Victoria and Molly are back. They're here in the meeting room.
he's just gonna grab his basically his army jacket, which is kind of a enough
A
for
jacket.
Yeah, enough for a jacket. Throws it on. Okay, we're good. Just doing some more cold training.
Sure, the guild's gonna love this electricity bill.
It's not as cold as it was on the tundra.
Follow me, Rope.
He's doing that weather training, trying to
You
get
can
his.
see, still see the bow you gave him strapped along his back. Although this time he has a full quiver of arrows.
Yeah.
You got one.
You do notice the one that Strella gave him, though. It is differently colored than the basic guild arrows that he was able to purchase.
Mhm.
So it takes a few minutes, but you do eventually hear Rolt come in as you can hear his heavy footsteps as You would be used to him by now, Victoria.
I'm still in the
Well,
corner
here you
with
go.
Flint.
Hello, comrades.
Hello.
And, like she's still looking out the window. Have you seen the city?
I've been looking at it for the past day, Molly. I'm gonna walk up next to her and just imitate the same pose.
It's amazing.
It is.
Ah.
Wait till you see it at night.
Why are you looking like?
Wait till you see it at night.
Just
Victorian told me. Like she's just excited. It's the best way that I can explain it.
Yep.
Do we just want to fast forward to Linus showing up?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
good
at this point, you and John Smith have made it in.
it lasts 8 hours.
Again, you run into the same dwarf as everybody else. As he then asks the same question, John Smith lets him know, and you all are brought up to the 10th floor as you can start to see this sprawling cityscape. through
And
the
about a
window.
third of the way up, I drop to my knees and I want to start hugging the floor.
John's gonna look at you and go, you good?
You good?
I'll be good when I can take and get out of this box.
Did you fight a god? The dwarf quizzically looks back at the two of you.
There's a reason why the gods made me short.
The dwarf is gonna look at
He's either gonna be insulted or he's gonna go, my man.
I'm going to follow it up with, it's like, because they were afraid that if they made me tall, I could reach them.
you. He then lets it up and goes back.
My man.
And then John just kind of goes, all right.
Like like as soon as the doors open, I'm literally on my hands and knees.
The dwarf then looks back at you again, is kind of disappointed seeing you say that, and then crawling out of the.
I heard the dude
Just runs off. And then the dwarf, as John then puts a silver in his hand, as he casually walks out of the elevator and starts crowd crawling. And he goes, it'll be this way, Mr. Linus.
Thank you.
It's even
Do you crawl or do you walk?
That I walk.
Okay.
as you enter into the room, you do notice Victor and John, Molly, Rolt, as well as fairly familiar faces you've seen before.
Having my morning wine.
Silas and
Linus, you got. Never mind. I remembered.
I just literally just like, because I'm assuming that there's like a conference table type thing.
The
I take-
windows are still open, but
I know. I take and I sit on the other side from the window.
When you're back to the windows.
No. Because then I'm closer to the windows. I'm sitting with my back to the wall as far
True.
away from.
I guess it's one of those like, okay, do I want to look at my fear or do I not want to look at my fear? But be
Like I
closer
can look
to
at the sky because like by the time I'm sitting down, I'm like it's gonna take.
Fair
me-
enough. Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah.
Molly is still kind of staring out at the city, just looking at every different thing that she can. She does holler back to you and go, "Look at the city, Linus!"
I got good for right here.
Molly, dictionary on that I'd say.
Oh, my apologies, Linus.
It's okay.
So glad I taught the children good Latin.
every time we
More Latin in this
the
world.
more the more we see this party, it's just nonverbal communication.
Kill the guy.
Yeah,
These
no,
guys
like
killed me.
Victorian actually like isn't like wearing his normal like get up. He's like very relaxed in a robe, just like no.
So,
I'm not wearing my armor. I'm just
wearing
wearing my.
proper
braided-
vacation clothing.
Yes.
I'm going
Hawaiian
my
t-shirts.
nicer,
Yeah.
coat of plates or my nice undercoat is what I've got.
Yeah, no, Victoria's just in his robe in like some pajama pants.
John is gonna kind of look around the room and go, "Where's Evangeline?
Not here yet.
Has anyone seen her?"
Not yet.
No.
I did see her on the way in, but then again, in a city like this.
You just see her floating up slowly.
Yes, freaking Doctor Strange style.
From
No, she's
what I
chasing a
heard-
balloon.
From what I heard, Strength was supposed to be, and he's gonna look over to y'all two, knowing that y'all understand like who was all sent out for who. The Storm Goliath just the Stormdragon Life. Have y'all heard from Stark?
Nope.
Huh. Well, hopefully he's okay. He's pretty hardy. I don't see anything kind of stopping them from getting there.
Do you know where he was sent?
Unless he sent it out Tom.
I just know that we each were just kind of told our own different directions. I don't know where he was sent off to specifically.
Knowing Evangeline, who knows?
That I'm sure that.
She is a bit chaotic in nature, so that wouldn't surprise me.
Oh dear.
So
It's
we'll
fine.
go ahead and we'll
Yeah.
fast forward
Evangeline!
for the final 2 days as Stark leads you into the city. And you're kind of used to large cities, not necessarily as technologically advanced as this.
But a
But
little
you
bit
would
of
have heard of
technology.
it. Yeah, it's basically like how almost everyone in the U.S. has heard of New York City.
Yeah.
It doesn't catch you off guard too much, and like Stark's gonna even make a note as y'all are going in. He goes, "See, this is how you make a city." As he like is able to fully stretch out and kind of making a joke back to the Undercity. And
I suppose you have a point.
it doesn't take too long for y'all to get there. It's maybe about 2 to 3 hours. The city's not as busy today, as it seems kind of like a rest day that they take. As you make your way into the guild, the Merchants Guild isn't as active as it has been for the last week. Again, with it being, you kind of
A
get the
weekend.
idea, and even as Stark tells you that normally most people take off the last day in the week just as a recoup day to get everything kind of set. So it's one of those things that it kind of leads to you not having to worry about if something happened in the town. It's just explaining what normally happens.
Yeah.
However, whenever you get to the elevator, it's not the dwarf this time. It's his day off. So whenever you get to it, there's actually what looks to be, as while they're wearing the uniform, they're pretty well wrapped up. You would assume is human from the way they speak, but you can't really tell too well from everything that's kind of wrapped up. As he speaks with almost, it's weird. His voice doesn't sound consistent. It sounds like it's different voices being put into a coherent sentence. Even the inflections are off a few times.
No.
Though he looks medium-sized creature, just really short for a medium-sized creature.
Okay.
So, what floor are you wanting to go to?
Would I have been told that conference floor is on the 10th at this point, or
His
Stark
dad.
would have
Yeah.
told
Okay.
you.
10th floor, please?
On it. As he then hits the button. You do, after a while, after you start kind of looking at this interesting person, you can actually see some feathers poking through the wrappings. As he does turn around and, again with multiple different reflections, just goes, "I'm sorry if my appearance scares you at all.
Not at all.
I was in a mechanical accident."
Are you doing okay?
Maybe.
I know that feeling.
I also know that feeling.
Yep.
In another side, but
Yeah.
This is actually my first day.
Are you enjoying it?
Maybe.
Maybe.
you need a yes there, my guy. Add your vocabulary.
Fucking felt though.
He knows yes and no. It's his first day. It just started.
That remains to be seen.
Explosion.
As you do get off the elevator,
What's that?
what would sound familiar to everybody else, you hear as he mimicked it from the
Oh,
person who
the
trained
dwarf.
him to do his job.
I give him 2 silver.
Ooh.
Oh.
Stirk looks and goes, "Well, you got enough of a tip," as he starts to lead you on. And Kenku at this point, kind of removing some of the bandages, you can notice that he's a short beak finch, Kenku. He goes, "Thank you," and then just you can hear the elevator go down. It'll be right this way. As he starts to lead you to the meeting room eventually.
Alrighty.
And with that, everyone is now in the meeting room, nearly a week after setting out to come here.
Linus, are you used to the view yet?
I'll never get used to the view, but I'm used to not getting used to the view.
Okay.
Molly perking up. Eventually, look at the window. So you would have seen it with the elevator, but with this being a wider window, you do get
Yes.
a larger view of the cityscape.
That will never get old. That's so cute.
You should have seen her when she figured out what sugar is when we were kids.
Oh.
As John speaks up.
That's adorable.
With that, everyone is here. John leaves the room for a moment. As the two of you would understand, he's leaving to go get the guild member who's going to be meeting with everybody here.
Are you asleep?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. I'm thinking about it. I'm going to wait till the meeting starts. and
Yeah, I was
then
gonna say. Oh, meeting started. Okay.
Okay, time to sleep.
He's good. And
Nap time.
when he heard the door open, he's like, "Who's there again?" Oh, it's her.
That.
Oh, it's the quiet one.
All right. And actually, it's not. John doesn't come back yet. There's a different guild member who comes in. As a gnome comes through, you can tell he's an artificer. There is different magnifying glasses on him. He has like a whole utility belt that goes both as a sash and across his belt. He has a leather apron on that has a whole bunch of different tools, some for tinkering, others for carving and everything like that. He steps in and goes, I was told by John to at least let you know that the person giving you your debriefing is fairly new with the guild, but has had quite a lot of experience as far as the world as it is. So do please be patient with them if they stumble at all during the process going forward. But without further ado, I will go ahead and call them in.
What is their name? Do we know?
They told me not to tell you.
Okay.
Alright.
So with that, he leaves the room, and John comes in. You can see a bit of a smile on his face. As you then hear, "All right." As you then see a big, white, hairy hand opening the door. "Let's get this meeting over with." As you see Eddie entering into the room. Now with a head member sash from the guild.
Oh, Eddie, you're moving up in the world.
You could say that. There's things that even I keep secret from friends.
So wait, have you always been a member of the Adventurers Guild, or?
There's a reason I could travel so much as a merchant.
Me, a merchant?
I was sent as a member of the guild to watch your progress through Drake. And if I signed off on the paperwork, they were going to start giving you more and more details. So, sorry for keeping this from you, Linus, for all these years. But congratulations on making it to the big leagues. I know your mom will be proud. Well, as much as she could be.
Maybe.
What does that mean?
That's something that you'd have to ask Linus.
Anyway, let's get this debriefing going.
Quite.
If I check for that.
Now that there's been, as I'm pretty sure Osei has already told you, there's a lot of trouble that happens in each country each year. They like to use the Adventurers Guild as a way of solving it without having to move military forces. It helps with citizen morale, as anytime they see troop movement, they view it as something bad happening.
Like the 100-Year War previously.
Roughly, yes. Now then. He basically goes into detail. It's not too different from when Asair originally met with y'all back at the beginning of the campaign. There doesn't seem to be anything as major as strange hunger growing across the country. But you do hear that there are a bit of an uneasement in the country of Creek. Seems that there is a growing disagreement and issue with the lower House of Lords and the higher House of Lords, as well as the King's Court. That's slowly been causing more and more issues with the neighboring countries, that being Mechanus and Daedrin.
Politics. Oh no, I'd rather go face another god.
And then he then leads on to mention that there is a bit of a mystery going on in Batet at the moment. There are missing points in the information that they've been finding out about some of the more secretive groups within Batet itself. They've noticed that while the Yuan-Ti are normally more docile as far as when they're openly seen, that they've been making within the view of the law in Batet, they've been making more and more brash movements lately. Whenever it comes to the country of Daedrin, they have sent out basically for a third-party inspection group where they are worried of some of the old ruins in the country that may cause some issues down the line. This one is treated as the least urgent of all of them. Basically, it has the max weight limit of 1 year on it for a group to decide to take the job. And then as far as Tyler and Met are concerned, at the moment they are pretty quiet, but there are just general requests that don't necessarily seem too country spanning. Mostly just small help jobs with different roaming bandits or big issues with just differing opinions politically. But nothing that seems as basically country threatening as like what happened in Drake. And then as far as Drake's concerned, there's the general requests for assistance with weeding out the few cells of Plutus abominations that are still hiding around, and essentially just general help rebuilding the country. Now then, I will give you a bit of time to think about it. Please feel free to either send John or Silas or Thorn to come and get me. But please consider all your options here. And you know, just like with what happened in Dragul and Drake, if you do not select to do any of the other jobs, doesn't mean we're going to leave them high and dry. We will have adventurers go out to assist.
Eddie.
Yes.
Okay, and the reason why I'm bringing this up, meta, is because with the Golden Dragon Temple and me having studied dragons and giants and everything like that, and the previous war, kind of getting caught up on the 100-Year War, I asked him, are any of the ruins near Plasma?
There's a chance. Essentially, once the job's accepted, then you would meet with their expedition group in the country. We have a bit of a map set up, but as far as the exact locations, Diadem continues to keep them under wraps for security reasons.
It's understandable.
And we can't necessarily force the king of Diadem to let go of basically nuclear codes.
Me in the back.
No, I understand. I just because of like the history of the war 100 years ago, if shit's starting to stir again, it's concerning. But, I don't know, guys. What do you want to do?
Something's been bothering me.
What?
You still have that scroll, don't you?
Which one?
The one that Asier gave you last time we met up.
Didn't you have it?
No, he handed it to Linus.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I see it?
Yeah.
And I take it and I look directly at the sigil on the scroll.
So when you take a look at the sigil, it does look like the Temple of Gaia's, but the symbol has changed a bit compared to what you've been seeing with the basically wandering Temple of Gaia, the one that's helped in Drake. You notice that the sigil is more of the upper houses, the upper lords, which are mainly just the elven symbols. So it has the elven symbol to where it used to have the symbol of Creek on it.
Why would they change it? Why would they change it like that?
What is going on, Victoria?
I don't know. I don't know.
Are you okay to speak about it here?
I mean, there's no place more secure.
That just worries me. Wait.
Victoria, calm down. Start from the beginning. What is it about the scroll? This is the sending scroll we're talking about, right?
It's the invite from the Temple of Gaia's headquarters.
I don't remember this.
It was
Right before you had to
vacation.
vacation.
Yeah, it was,
Lucier handed it off to
it
Linus.
was the open invitation from the Temple of Gaia and Creek
Okay.
to take and be like, hey, come so we can celebrate you type thing.
Okay.
I then explain the differences between the sigils and
It's subtle, but it's when it's pointed out, it's pretty noticeable.
So what? The Temple of Gaia is changing their logo.
I mean,
why. But
logos change all the time. Sometimes it takes hundreds of years. Sometimes it just takes
No.
a major event.
No, this is.
it's something else.
I think I'm putting it. Picking up what you're putting down, Victoria.
It's something.
Please fill us in then.
Eddie, you said that there was a conflict, like a political.
And basically, they're saying it's a disagreement between the lower houses and the upper houses.
Right. It's not just them taking and changing a logo. It's them making a political statement.
So the fact that they put their own kind of spin, their own name within the Temple of Gaia, they're basically saying Gaia's on our side.
It
Not
means
just
that
not just that
it would mean that your party would be associated with the upper lords, and it would basically fuel the conflict between the higher and lower.
it would basically be going and saying that our God is a God of the people, to our God is only a God for us.
Oh.
I mean, sects of religion exist everywhere.
This is true, but
They're using
The
the
Temple,
heroes.
but the Temple of Plutus used to be a temple for the people.
Oh.
I don't know why they would.
So I think we are in agreement to where we're going first then?
I can't go back there.
What?
I can't.
Victoria.
Hold on. Just let's-
Deep breaths, Victoria. Deep breaths.
And he's as close to the wall as he could possibly get at this point.
Molly does kind of walk over to start kind of consoling you by rubbing you on your arm. You okay, Victoria?
I can't go back.
Why can't you go back?
John speaking up. Were you in prison there or something?
No. Maybe I guess maybe I
Victorian.
but
I think I'm gonna go with Victorian. Victorian. It's time to share with the group everything else that you share with me. They need to know.
Grabs a couple of brownies from the plate.
Such a nice touch.
It's not for me to say.
And which country is this?
I'm
Greek.
Greek. Okay.
He's just watching.
I'm
It's not as high quality on the paper. My printer kind of messed up on some of the ink. Remember, if you do need to see a high-res photo of it, it's on the Discord.
Yeah. So we're here. It's down here. Okay.
it was just normal night it seemed. We just were my home in simplified terms. It was an unusual event. We're used to gnolls attacking. But this was a lot heavier. It was an ambush. Next thing I knew, my town was in flames, and I ran. I don't even know if my mother or sister is even alive. Quite frankly, I'm too afraid to go back and look.
Survivor's guilt.
I'm a coward. Couldn't even stay and help or do anything. I had these, magical gifts for a while, and I couldn't even do anything. I couldn't do anything to help.
At this point, Royd's going to get up and he's going to walk over to Victorian. And he's going to give Victorian, a hand on each side, and he's going to go, Victorian, look at me. Victorian, look at me. You are not a coward. You are a survivor. You are alive. You survived. And it does not matter. You are still here. And you're still with us. So that you could do greater things. I know what it means to be a survivor also. Your feelings are valid, I understand. But it is okay. Now is the time to go back. We shall either face these fears, we shall either find your family, or we shall lay them to rest. Either way, it will be behind you now.
We're all here with you. You're not alone.
I don't think Coward would have gone through all the shit that we would have gone through this past month.
Here, here.
Perhaps you all were right.
Of course we're right. We're your comrades and we are Team Resolve.
And what does
I
Team
didn't-
Resolve do? We
Yeah.
resolve problems. That's
John's
for
gonna
good or
go
bad.
over towards Thorn and Silas and go, "Welcome to the party."
I'm gonna look at him like,
Don't worry, we have Parcheesi.
I just didn't think I'd be going back so soon.
How long has it been?
Counting the time that we've been in Drake and the month we've.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost been a year.
Well, I take a decision's been made.
I'll leave this to Victor.
Agreed. If you are ready to face it, Victorin, you will have us by your side.
Let's go.
To Creek.
To Creek. John
Great.
picks up his bow.
Have a brownie.
Eddie speaking
Oh,
up.
that was deal.
Eddie speaking up. I'll get the paperwork started. Feel free to rest for the night, and we'll have you head out in the morning.
Alright.
Did Frankie know?
Of course. Honestly, like superior. Do you really think that we could afford to be in the upper end of Slayfast? Selling general goods?
I mean, you're a pretty tough bargainer.
When I sell said goods in the undercity of a major city like Rock.
Connections?
You're right. They are connections. With the guild.
Alright, then I have one last question.
Alright.
Did you send Kyle after me?
No, I don't. No, as far as High Master Kyle's concerned, he does his own thing. From my understanding, even whenever he wasn't the High Master, they couldn't necessarily control him. So, get some rest. Silas, Dawn, I know this will be your first real mission with the guild. I wish you the best.
We're not a
Each of you
complete
had
train
your
wreck.
reason for joining, your reason for traveling. But welcome, and apparently you now joined under the team banner of Resolve.
well, if you would have us.
We're not a complete train wreck.
That worries me slightly, but
What's a train?
It's like the automobiles.
Only faster.
Track, so it only can follow a specific line,
Oh.
and it goes really, really fast.
Oh. We wanted to come up with a new name, since we are technically a new team now.
We can't keep changing our name. We just
You know
settled
how
on
much
Resolve.
paperwork is involved with changing team names when it comes to the guild.
That and, I mean,
No.
that and also just branding.
Branding?
Branding!
Just like, I mean, okay, so
We're not branding anything.
No,
I got my
no.
ass.
John or Molly?
like how people know you, like how you're introduced. If we keep changing our name, people aren't gonna know how the fuck to find us or what the fuck to look for.
That's when I can't exactly sing the praises of the party if we keep changing the name.
Fair enough, fair enough.
That you've already kind of made a deal with a king of a different country. So, I don't know. We can change the name with them.
Fair enough. Alright.
So,
We're stuck with Resolve, okay? It's fine.
No, we're not stuck with. We had the pleasure of keeping.
oh, and it seems that we'll be rubbing shoulders with quite a few very high class people, aren't we?
Apparently.
Wait,
From
hi,
the-
class. Y'all didn't bring any drugs.
No.
Well, I am better than
I
that.
am a nomad.
However, I did say you
Alright,
all.
Cooper.
I am
This
better.
side of the table has the drugs. That side of the table don't.
I do not judge.
Yes!
As Eddie would kindly
We're
tell
the
me,
fun side.
I do not judge.
Yeah, we're the fun side.
However, Ro, you all are recognized heroes of the group. Hence why high class, regardless of prior past. You
Oh,
are
no.
heroes.
Oh no, we're heroes.
Well, from
My
what we've
father-
heard,
My
from what
father
we've
always
heard,
told me, don't ever get on the same battle line as a hero.
well, considering you all fought a god, or
Shit.
some form of it. However,
Should you really be using that
And
language in front of the
save
children?
Molly's gonna actually look at you and go, "I've seen people die. I think that's fine."
She almost died.
She died.
I did die.
Your party seems to be quite experienced in this, so Flint and I will leave most of
She
the
almost
experience
died?
to you.
No, she actually died. I did die.
And I'm gonna go nudge towards John.
And he's gonna look over. Yeah.
Well, since this is gonna be our first experience with actual adventuring, John, as my fellow coworker here, would you be willing to? I'm willing to offer you a bit of, and then I use prestidigitation to give it a bit of a flair, just magical secrets, so to say. I'm basically asking him if he wants a tattoo. To give a temporary tattoo that gives.
I'm good for now. Thank you, though.
Well, the offer is there. As for the rest of you, it is as well.
First branding, now tattoos.
Well, and then I'm gonna show off the thing on Thorn's thing, a tattoo. It's a special bit of tattoos I use on the side for a bit of coin. It gives a bit of magic, very useful magic. Though some may not be able to cast magic regularly, I'm more than willing to offer my services. Think of it as a discount for our future acquaintance together.
An employee discount.
Yes. And a party discount.
I've heard tales of a warlock among my group, and this is the kind of stuff he was trying to spill.
Well, I'm not bound by a patron.
And he starts getting up. I will leave each of you to get acquainted. I'm gonna go handle my paperwork.
Have a good day, Eddie.
Yes, I think.
Bye, Eddie.
See you later.
See you all. Take care. Don't die. I know a
I'm
few of you came close last time.
Well, I'm pretty sure she did say she did.
going to go get a drink.
She got better.
When you say that, Eddie's actually gonna stop for a second. You can see his head dip a bit, to the side. That actually kind of hurt him.
Oh.
Because unbeknownst to Silas,
Yeah.
Eddie was the one trying to protect her whenever things went bad.
Oh.
So it was a thing yeah. As he then slowly leaves the door. Or leaves out the door.
I need a drink.
John's gonna lean down to you and explain what happened.
Mm. Well,
So if you'll excuse me.
So don't bring that up too much.
I-
All around him, please.
sure. Understand.
What time of day is it?
About this time it'd be roughly noonish, 1 o'clock.
So, dinner? There is this wonderful place just down the road that
It
is
is noon.
dinner, lunch, food. Do you wish to grab sustenance? There's this place down the road that goes and has something called pizza. Or pizza. Molly, how does
Pizza.
It's wait, was Molly and John? Yeah, Molly and John were with me earlier before Evangeline got here. What? How did they pronounce it, Molly?
Pizza?
Pizza.
Yeah, it wasn't pizza. They kept laughing at me when I said it that way.
I don't know. It's a Canis meal. I don't know.
Either way, it's hot, delicious,
it's
and cheesy.
pronounced pizza, as John just.
Yes, pizza. Thank you.
Your party
Oh.
members are very eccentric.
I don't know why they have a T in there.
This is going to be very
But
fun.
anyways,
I'm
it's hot,
actually
delicious, and
bored.
cheesy.
That's even better.
Yeah.
But it's hot,
yeah.
delicious, and cheesy.
I'm aware.
Yes, pizza's good.
You've had it before.
Yes. As
Victoria, have you had pizza?
Yes, I have.
Evangeline, have you had the pizza before?
Yes.
Oh.
But
She is from Mechanus, so
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
this is my
I forgot you
Linus
are.
Home
would have had a
country.
version of it. Basically, Linus would have had a version that's more like deep dish pizza.
Oh, yeah, the
She
Chicago
would have
pizza.
had one that's more of a thin crust wide pizza. The one that's served in Mechis is more of your thick crust.
hand toast sort of thing.
Gotcha.
So it's a different type of pizza wherever you go.
From my little bow punk ass, what's pizza?
How about we just for today, now that we're kind of like taking everything in and having to, if we're gonna take in, like depending on how fast we're moving out of here, like do we want to take and spend a night out on the town where shit might happen, or do we want to take and just hang out here at the guild?
Oh, during y'all's travels with them, y'all would have heard there's a really cool bar / grill in town. That's really interesting.
Have you guys ever tried this bar and grill in town?
You had me at bar.
Then let's
I could
go.
go
He says
outside.
that- he says it plays like the most modern music that they have off the radio stations. And everything like that.
I
Play some
could
decent
go
music.
for some drinks. Yes.
Yeah.
As
Y'all
y'all,
have never been there with him, but he talks about it almost all the time.
Yes. My friend here talks
Do
about.
they
it.
serve wings?
What?
Yes.
Uh,
they do.
He might have mentioned wings once or twice. He doesn't really so much talk about the food there, just mainly the atmosphere.
I missed it.
it's gotta
He did say the food's good, but he didn't talk about it too
He
much.
talks to me too much. Yes.
B-dubs?
Well.
Zane works at B-dubs.
Yeah.
Oh!
We're going to fantasy B-dubs, Zane.
No!
See, this place is called Minotaur Wild Lakes.
I'm gonna look over that. It's a very good place to eat. So the name could be a bit I'm gonna look at him.
Less racist.
Well, I wouldn't say a racist.
No, that's not the name of it. No.
Don't you know, Dave? 90% of the stuff you say is canon.
It's called the
Crunch
Turning
Trap
Got
Gear.
that.
Supreme over here.
The name of it's called the Turning Gear.
Turning gear. Nice.
I'm glad you caught that.
I did, I'm sorry.
From what us here's told y'all, it's a pretty popular gathering place and everything like that to meet pretty interesting people around town.
Surprised it's not a place called Knockers.
Do y'all choose to go there for some food, or
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we're going.
Yeah.
it's
I'm
actually
getting
not
drunk.
too far from the guilds themselves. It's actually 2 or 3 city blocks away.
Yeah. No.
Then,
Go and
We could go to their competition, Double Mountain.
I will let my friend lead the way.
Alright.
So, as y'all just vaguely remember, because he pointed it out once, y'all remember kind of where to go. As you get there, it does actually say 18 and up only, and it does talk about alcohol, surgeon warning, and stuff like that.
18. 18 what?
18 years of age.
18 years old.
It's
Some places they don't
They don't want kids running around.
They don't want kids around alcohol, and there's liability and insurance and laws and all this sort of stuff that kind of goes into it. So,
Well, that's no fun.
well, it's welcome to the big city.
It actually
you gotta play right.
changes the age by race as well.
Oh,
So 18 for most humanoids, and then for the longer lived races like dwarves, it says 50 years. Elves 110.
Ah. Do I see centaurs on there anywhere?
Centaurs follow the same age as humans.
Oh. Well, I guess I'm taking John and Molly for pizza then.
What do you mean? Well, they turned 18 2 weeks ago, or at this point it'd be 6 weeks ago.
Oh, they did? Oh, fuck, I didn't know that they were that old. I was still thinking,
they were younger.
yeah, I thought they were
They've been traveling together for years.
yeah, but I kind of figured they were kids. Whenever I took hold, and now they're in their teens and tweens. 14 and 15.
There you
John, I figured John would be 15 and Molly would be 13.
Okay, if that's the case, then yeah.
That's how I kind of had pictured it.
Okay. Yeah, no, they're your
that's yours.
ones.
Yeah, they're yours.
That's your decision.
Yeah,
Like I just thought with you saying that y'all have traveled for years, I figured you met
It's
them
o-
as kids. And then,
it's only been 5 years.
Because I thought that I just.
okay, so roughly then, John would if he was a tween by the time you met him, then he would probably be just 18.
Yeah, he just turned.
Yeah.
18. How many?
So Molly be 14.
I thought it was like 17 or 14 the last time we had him.
No, it's only been 2 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've only been traveling together for 2 years.
Shit.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
We'll have to age them up just a little bit past what you originally thought then,
Yeah,
just for the skills that they've done.
fair enough.
So we'll just say John has just reached 18 recently, and Molly's like 14.
Okay. It's like, well,
So John will be the one to reach out and be like, there was a lot going on, but I turned 18 when we were in Drake. Kind of hard to stop for a birthday when the world's in danger.
I missed your birthday.
Oh.
It's okay, bro. You can treat me to a drink if you want.
Do they serve cake here? We need to get him a birthday cake.
There is cake.
There's what?
There is cake. Yes.
Last year I did mention about like.
There is some
desserts and stuff.
bakeries over there as well. It's a big city.
Alright, how about we take real quick.
I'm gonna pull out a couple of gold because I'm interrupting you for this for some reason. I'm like, buy him a drink. Molly, come with me. We're gonna go find a bakery.
I was
Okay.
okay. I was gonna take and say let's all just go get pizza and then come back for drinks, but okay.
I like your plan better.
And then that way, Molly can get a pizza and John can get his drink and we can all have a good time and follow the law.
I like following the law.
I know.
I'm surprised you're following it. As John speaks up to you.
When
You're getting soft on me, man.
It's a big city.
we'll do some shit like this.
Okay.
What?
Shenanigans.
Perception.
Do a sleight of hand.
Just
for it.
thought of that. Cool.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
So
If you're trying to say it stealthily.
yeah.
No, I'll purposely fail my perception check if you're gonna do a sleight of hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everyone else. Hmm.
Huh? Yes. Oh, look, I rolled a 1.
Victorians.
Make it a 2.
Like,
Yep.
No, you don't get to die roll next. You roll
Yep.
that 1.
There we go. There's
Yeah.
a 4.
yeah, no, like Victoria's
You
just
pass.
kind of like, kind of disassociating at everything right now. So
But yeah, no, I'll still basically if I'll hand you the gold back unless you want me to take and use it to maybe buy drinks for you. Yeah. Okay. I hand it back to you.
Yep.
So yeah, no, we'll head down, grab some slices and some pie, and come back and
Oh, it is dull, but you can actually hear some of the music being played from inside. It's more of the modern music.
Okay. But yeah, no, just
She just realized what.
I realized it was like,
no glory
okay,
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
you-
gonna have to fight any Karens.
Well, it's like I just saw your eyes get real wide and go.
no glory in a bar fight, right?
Because the last bar fight that started with birthday cake.
So-
What did you guys go and get? Birthday cake. What is gonna happen?
Is anyone wanting to go in and get drinks now while you're near the bar, or
Well, I think probably. I
You
don't know.
see- What?
Pizza first for him. Or food first for him, then drinks.
What do you think?
Yes.
okay?
I hear like
So it doesn't take too long to find a pizza place here.
on every
To
corner.
you, the pizza seems smaller, as far as because you're used to deep dish.
Yeah.
And then for you, it seems like the crust is a lot fluffier than you're used to, with it being more of the flat pan.
Needs more cheese.
Just like home.
You're right.
So it's basically kind of like the middle ground between your deep dish and your thin crust that you're both used to.
We're both sitting there with his long snout, eating it kind of like a dog with a cheese drizzle.
Alright.
So
So
it
adorable.
doesn't take too long to find a good slice. You find out that there's a lot of different restaurants that claim to have the best pizza.
The original pizza.
Yeah, the original pizza, the original Mecca's pizza.
Road just walking in. You guys have the best pizza! Congrats! You did it!
You actually find one that has a very familiar sign on it. But this one's called Big Mama's Pizza, and you recognize the Great Orc Woman.
I
On
automatically go in.
Then
You are greeted by a very familiar feminine orc voice, as you notice that it is actually the niece of Big Mama.
one that sent you the
forget,
thing.
forget pub crawling. We're pizza crawling tonight, y'all. Getting a slice from every place.
Because I wrote down her name in my notes.
Victor just kind of goes off to the bar.
It's-
He's not doing
The
okay.
bar that you were originally at.
Me and Thorn are at the bar too.
He's not doing okay.
Okay. As the three of you enter into it, we'll come back to you, Linus. So
You're
no
good.
rush.
No, you're good.
You're actually greeted by people at the door. There's a bouncer who's just basically checking your basic identification, which you can show your guild card for it. And he goes, "All right, go on in." He's gonna look down at the three of you, and he just kind of nods at Thorn. But for Silas and Victorin, he goes, "I think you two are gonna really like it here." As he pulls back the curtain, essentially, that way kids can't just like try to sneak into the
Yeah.
bar. You have to go through a curtain.
I go here with him every day. Every time I go.
This would be y'all's first time here
Oh really?
at this one.
Oh, but you've been talking about going.
Yes.
So-
I remember the place right.
Reason being is Osir's always talked it up, but because of work, you've never really had a chance
Yeah,
to
got you.
come here.
Fucking
As you go in, you notice that it's pretty much like a large bar and grill. But as you're looking around and as you enter in, there's a human male, good burly mustache, as you walk in holding a drink and goes, "Well, hello there, big boy. I think this is your first time visiting us here. Would you like anything off the menu, or would you like a slice of me?"
Something off the menu.
Alright, sounds good, hot stuff.
As he just
As
lets
he
off
then
his stuff,
starts
just
Local game board.
I'm gonna give you an inspiration.
Yes! I was there thinking, I said, oh my god, this is the gay bar.
As y'all get a seat down at a table, every once in a while you can see people kind of, a few men like glancing over, giving like Victorin a wink or like a small like air smooch towards Silas. Not too many people are looking towards Thorn, but you do eventually have this fairly large orc male come over, piercings all over his face. As it looks like he's putting his massive hand on your shoulder, it's like the most gingered touch you've ever felt. You come here often? So aren't it my lucky day? How about I buy you a drink?
Why not?
I'm suddenly glad I didn't bring John in here for his
Do
first
you
drink.
mind if I have a seat with you?
I'm immediately gonna be like, be my guest, and I'm gonna tell Victorin to scooch a little.
As you're okay.
Oh, I'm not sitting
He
really down.
actually
I'm sitting at
scoots
the
your
bar.
seat back a bit, Thorn, and he starts to sit in your lap.
As he's like, no.
Easy there, Tiger.
Easy there.
I just see you being like no and grabbing his
dragon.
As he says that, he's like, he looks down because he doesn't want to burn nobody. He's
Control yourself.
Barkeep, around the drinks for my friends here.
I think he's a bit claustrophobic.
Oh, you're afraid of Santa too? The dumb gay.
The dumb gay.
Now stop it, you're scaring him.
I think we got this
Don't
figured out.
worry.
The dumb one, the one with the weird powers. And
I might know what I'm doing,
I'm
but
not
I'm
that
not a
dumb.
ho ho ho.
I'm gonna look at Thorn. Thorn?
You got something in his sack as a gift.
this was
He is wearing a very, very firm pair of pants.
Well, son, how about it? Are you going to indulge the look? He has like black nail
So-
polish and just.
As
Oh,
you've
this
been
made my
talking,
night.
at this point, because meta knowledge is meta knowledge, and you can't use it to change your mind, you come back to get a drink for John for
Shit.
his first drink.
You see me?
I
and
see
I'm
them walk in, and I immediately stand up and just try to go.
Well, first off, you'll meet the bouncer first. He's actually a really tall human, like he's almost your height. He's a
Yeah.
human, not a Goliath, a human. Checks your guild card IDs,
Wait, where the-
and he goes, looks down and goes,
Are you getting pizza with
"Happy
Molly?
belated
Or are
birthday,
you...
young man." And
Getting
John
drinks
looks up
with
and
him?
goes, "Thanks," and he looks down
I'm
and goes,
getting drinks, but I
"Don't
don't know
worry,
where the hell
they
I'm
won't
at.
eat you too much alive." And John just kind of opens up the curtain. And you can see at this point is when the giant orc man is trying to sit in Thorn's lap.
Victoria
This
just shot
All right,
him.
John. And then you can actually hear the doorman, the bouncer, holler out, "We have a birthday boy!"
Oh,
No! I'm just smiling.
As
all
the
over.
curtain closes, the four of you as you come in.
Wait, me too?
Or unless you're watching.
Are you
Molly.
going with us?
Are you hanging out with
Are
Molly?
you hanging out with Molly?
I want to get an insight check on the vibe of the place.
You won't need to. It's about to happen.
because here's my thing. Here's what I'm attempting to do.
Sure, I'm
If I can get a read on this whole thing,
Okay.
I'm gonna take and will take and say that I'm the one who has the birthday.
Oh.
Okay.
If John is uncomfortable with it,
I mean, John doesn't know what's going on yet.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. It's like,
Go for it. Go for the insight check.
all right,
Yeah,
do
I
it
guess
with disadvantages. This is your first time in
I'm
a
the
game
only
like
woman
this.
at
As the words birthday boy birthday is said, Victoria in the middle of her shot just goes.
I have like a drink here and I'm just going.
Just like, oh shit, I know who that is.
17?
17 with a 10,
Uh,
10 and an 18 on your dice.
you get the point that this is very much so more catered towards adults. It's kind of hard to get the vibe of a place that you've never been
This
to
is true.
before.
We immediately
But you get the idea with there not being really. There's like two women here, and they are basically like one's. You can see one's a custodian, and the other one is like a table busser.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna
And-
go.
As soon as he says there's a birthday boy,
Uh-huh.
you actually see one is a high elf.
Okay.
The other one is a human. They both. The high elf is basically like 110. They're 18 for being an adult. Maybe doesn't look more than like 115.
Mhm.
The
My man,
human
don't
is
do
like looks like early 20s.
My man, do not do it.
They are
Do not do.
dressed fairly interesting for this being a bar. Fairly short shorts, like basically a quarter of the thigh is covered.
What are they wearing for the tops? Go on.
There is no tops. There are nipple tassels though.
Huh, that's a very weird workout outfit.
And as they come closer, they start
Yeah.
singing "Happy Birthday" and they're shimmying their chest
God.
to where the tassels are twirling. And as they're twirling, there is a minor spell put on them that the wind activates fake flames. So it creates a little light show as they're coming forward. And these two are very well worked out, obviously. Like they have well-defined muscles and everything as they're coming closer and closer. So we have a birthday boy today.
Oh no!
I was rolling to see how
Let
Rose was
us
going to react
treat
to
you
this.
to your shots, shall we?
I'm gonna take an
Take it easy on him. He's never done this before.
Immediately messing it up.
Rolled to see if I would actually understand what was going on.
So I was gonna keep this secret, but meta knowledge, I'm drugging you later.
John looks very concerned and just like his face immediately goes beet red.
Roll has no idea what's going on.
he
God.
like as soon as the two guys come up, like they are like
Can I
they're
grab
not,
John
like,
and go?
Obviously, they're not trying to like sexually assault him.
Right.
It's in their like job description where they like treat them like a VIP. So they come up and they take John each by a hand and lead him to a table. It's the birthday table where it's kind of like a raised platform with a table that has like a throne right next to it. And he gets sat down. And they have ones that are designed for quad pedal creatures and stuff like that. So he gets sit down on one of them, and he is just completely just his eyes like he's kind of shutting his eyes and just really shy at this point. As like by the time you realize it, he's starting to get a lap dance.
I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna approach Ro. He's gonna be like, "Is this what you mean by a
No.
happy birthday?"
This is not what I.
Silas, who was the one that suggested this place?
That would be Thorn.
I'm going to start staggering my way over because I've had probably about 10 shots tonight.
Us. Well, most
Alright, so listen. Let him go. And
Oh dear.
he's just turned 18.
Barnaby,
He doesn't-
we have a drunk. As you start to see the bouncer coming from behind the curtain.
Wait! No!
No, no, no.
In all seriousness, no. I don't think this is what John
No,
had
he-
planned. I think this is a bad idea for him.
He's-
Can we please stop for a second?
When the two performers hear that, they do immediately stop.
Okay.
They
It's like,
they,
I'm
they
gonna
look
run
back
over.
and they actually ask him, like they get down and like they have
Are you
shirts
okay?
that they can pull from behind the stage. They put it on and go.
Yep.
Are you okay with like they still have a bit of a lisp, but they're being serious with him for a
Yeah.
moment. Are you okay with this? Were you planning on this today? And John's just with his hand still over his face, goes, no. Like he's almost crying.
So okay, 2 years, father figure. I kind of understand what's going on. I'm immediately up there, and I'm like, "Thank you, fellas. There's been a misunderstanding. I'm gonna take him now."
Yeah, he's gonna the bouncer Barnabas. He's gonna look at like the group that y'all are with and goes, "Who brings a kid like that to us?" It
They're-
basically says a
We
strip club, essentially.
We didn't know.
They
We didn't know.
They didn't know it was a strip bar, and they we're just trying to treat him for his 18th.
The guy who originally talked to you when you first came in, he comes over and he goes, "I'm sorry. We normally don't try to put too many signs out because we don't want children to try and wander in. I'm the owner of the establishment here, so I do apologize."
Not your fault at all. It was misunderstanding.
Well, we're bringing this out anyways because we heard it's his birthday. But feel free to take it with you, and it has a bucket with 15 different types of locally brewed beers, and then it also has a small personal cake that says "Happy Birthday."
Oh.
I'm just like because I'm holding John kind of like this, and I'm sure John's like,
His face is, but he still has his hands over his
Yeah,
face.
I'll
yeah, it's like, John, is this okay?
He is not speaking right now.
Yeah.
He probably won't for the rest of the night, to be
Yeah.
honest.
He hands it back and says,
You
don't
started
even worry
this.
about bringing back the tray with you. Just count it as a nice little extra gift.
I'm just having the time.
We're sorry about the misunderstanding.
It's okay. It's one of those things that at least being good friends. There's people who force their friends to come in here on their birthday. Not everyone enjoys this type of company.
That's unfortunate
We're
for them, but
always-
appreciate the honesty.
We're always on the side of the birthday person, though. If they don't like it, we stop.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we're walking.
Oh, as y'all are walking out, he doesn't stop you with John.
Mhm.
He's letting y'all leave. He does look over to you with the plate, and he goes, "Here's a voucher in case y'all are ever hungry or thirsty. It's good for one free meal and a free drink."
Alright. Well.
That was hilarious, but in reality, that would have been traumatizing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I'll just take it.
When y'all head out, John is gonna ask if he can just talk to you in private, like in a different area.
Of course. Let's go this way.
As
Do you want some more pizza, or do you want to go back to the hotel?
so, I've been trying to think of things over the last few years, and I've come to the realization, Ro, that I'm not interested in people sexually. I didn't know that it was that type of bar, but I don't think that I don't think nothing like that's like I'm not I don't like that kind of stuff.
That's fine.
It was a bit hard for me in there.
It was a bit hard for several reasons. No, and that was not what we were expecting. I am so sorry that we took you in there.
It's I mean no one knew. It's okay.
So I'm guessing you don't want me to go find the female version of this instead.
I think I'm asexual, bro.
I don't know what that means, but I'm gonna go and just say I love you anyways.
I love you too, bro. And with that, he kind of with his head buried towards your chest, just kind of gives you a hug.
Now come on, let's go find you a smaller, quieter bar and get your drink. How about that?
Or we just go back to the guild and just kind of have a small party with our friends.
I like that idea too.
And with that, I'm guessing everyone just kind of leaves the bar.
Yeah.
As you go to get up,
Okay.
Thor, you can feel the orc gentleman kind of slide something in to your waistband of your clothes as you walk off. Garcia, he was being pretty obvious about it. As you look it up, it is his phone number.
Got some digits.
As well as his name
Call
being
me.
Osiris Big Tooth.
Here's the problem, Thorn. We don't have phones.
The guild does.
Here's the problem, Thorn. I don't think they would appreciate
Is
it.
it a piece of paper?
It is.
It burns.
I'm
Like no joke, burns in his hands because
I'm
that's how
guessing-
it is.
Well, your body temperature normally wouldn't just directly
Okay,
ignite
it won't,
something.
okay.
You can choose to if you want.
He just like.
I'm assuming you wait till.
Yeah,
you
we
get
wait
out of
till
the
we
building.
get. Yeah.
Yeah, when
Yeah, you're gonna give it to
We're
him?
walking back to the adventures goes like, you want it?
You just let the number fly in the wind.
Nope.
He catches it on fire.
Okay.
Well, I don't exactly care what your relationships are, but if you did not like it, then
How
No,
long-
you
how
broke
long
the
is
poor
voucher
man's
good
heart.
It doesn't have an
He'll
expiration
be
date.
fine.
for? Okay, cool. I
Yeah,
handed it off to
points.
Victoria.
Yep.
What?
He gives you the voucher that's good for 1 free meal and a free drink.
oh, thanks.
So back at the guild. Happy birthday
well,
to.
As you get back, Molly and Evangeline would be there with the birthday cake that y'all went to ask him to get.
So there's a lot of cake.
It is. There was
There
a lot of cake.
cake there
in
too.
that bar.
Oh,
I was gonna say one of the things he talked about was how good the cake was.
Well, I can probably say that you would have to blame your boss. And my boss, unfortunately.
All your bosses,
Well,
technically.
Yeah, all of
Even
our
Eddie's
bosses.
boss.
Even Eddie's
Just
boss,
say-
yes.
good. Dear
What does that
Garcia.
All of our
have to
bosses.
do with anything?
Alright,
But I'm pretty
so,
sure it was for you.
What?
basically, I'm gonna take and
Drunk off my ass right now. I'm like,
like just for over the course of how long we've known them, what I've gotten like kind of like the flavors and tastes that John kind of actually likes the best.
As far as
Just food and drink.
I mean, you can tell that he tends to prefer savory dishes over sweet. You've spent time with him, but it's mostly been like on the road food, not really a whole lot of restaurant stuff.
Okay.
So most of what they cook with between him and Molly tend to be really simple dishes that can be easily traveled with.
I'm assuming because there was basically one in the guild hall at Rock, and this being headquarters, they're gonna have one as well. There's like a bar like area within the guild itself.
There's
like a
a
buffet
mess
kind of
hall,
thing?
yeah.
A mess hall.
Each guild at least has at minimum one food vendor, but this one's massive. Like think like a mall food court essentially.
Right, but I'm specifically looking for booze.
For booze, they actually don't sell they sell basic ale, but they don't sell like a whole bunch of it inside the guild.
Okay. Would there
Alcohol can sometimes lend to bad tempers, and bad tempers can start things.
This is true. Is there would there be like a liquor store on the way back?
Oh yeah, it's a big city.
And I know, but I know how you have it laid out. I'm gonna pop in a liquor store and basically I'm gonna ask for what is it? I'm gonna take and basically ask for if meta, because I don't know a better way to describe it. If you were to take Apple Jacks and Fireball together, like a spicy apple cider, but that's liquor, basically my Dutch apple pie.
Yeah.
So
Spiced apple ale, essentially.
But liquor.
Spiced apple moonshine.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
They have strong alcohol there
Okay,
too.
cool. I get 2 of those.
Okay.
And I put them in a bag.
They have 2 options. There's a vodka base, and then there's a whiskey base.
Do whiskey.
Okay.
And then I take and I go catch up with everybody else.
All right.
Just yeah. How much?
I mean, with that, if you're getting a full bottle, it's going to cost you about a gold.
Okay. I get 2, so that'll be 2 gold.
Yep.
Alright, yeah, and then just go back to the.
Since you bought 2 high ones, they also include a small sample of
Nice.
a peach whiskey with it, so in
Nice.
case you want to come back and get a full bottle then.
Cool.
When
Yeah.
we're there, I'll go ahead and give John an offer to give him a shield tattoo. So when there's a reaction, he gets +5 AC in case anything happens.
Why do you keep wanting to needle my body?
Huh? It's a very how do I say
Excuse
it?
me,
So-
friend. He's already been had his personal space invaded enough. Can we not do any more?
Very well.
At least not tonight.
At least not tonight.
Thank
However,
you.
Give me some time to think about it.
Very well. The
I mean-
offer is open.
Tattoos are cool.
So we learned our
That's a lot of
Dragonborn
people
friend
close
is
up on me, right?
claustrophobic.
No. That's
He's also not very interested in men, from what I've seen.
Let's go! We got a party to take care of.
Cheers.
Yay! Wait, where's Evangeline and Molly?
They're at the guild.
I know. It's like that. It's like I'm actually looking for him now.
Hey
We're-
guys. Hey guys.
Hey, Victoria. Hey,
He's-
Victoria.
He's claustrophobic.
Weird.
Give me a perception check if you're walking towards the gate.
I don't get it. What does it mean? 9 intelligence. What does it mean? I don't know big words. You don't like
Is it
that
greater than
spaces.
18?
No.
I don't.
It rolled onto an 18 and then rolled to a 2.
If everyone wants to give me perception checks as you're walking back towards the guild, as Walt is asking where Evangeline and Molly are.
Yeah,
I was not.
Oh, yeah. What's up?
I was wondering where I was during all of this.
You
I
would
was
have
like,
been with Molly. getting
okay, I was like, was I
the
with Molly
plan
or
was
was
to
I
get a
with
birthday
them?
cake for him from somewhere, and everyone else went to the bar, and someone had to stay with Molly.
Okay, that's fine by me.
You're the mom.
Okay, perception.
Why am I the mom?
22. You have disadvantage because you're drunk, by the way.
Oh, I
Remember, if
can
you're
get
intoxicated, you
lower.
have disadvantage on skill.
Okay, yeah, that's not much better. So yeah, no, that's a 10 total.
Yeah,
22.
21.
yeah, so everyone except for Rolt and Victorin. Let's see here. John.
Or is he,
John
is he
does
still
not.
staring straight down going, oh?
No, he's getting better after the talk with you. But
John, you know what the
John
good
didn't
news
get
is?
high enough.
If you're not interested in men or women, it means you have more time to focus on your strengths, like your bow. More time for training.
Less time for my hands to be idle playthings of the devil.
Which devil? But yes.
Which devil?
All of them.
Yes.
So everyone else besides Rolt and Victorin and John, as you're walking up and like trying to look around, those of you who passed it, being higher than an 18, you can see, which I assume Evangeline would be joining in with Molly, but they're in that same conference room, and then just like they can see you walking up the main street as they're just like jumping up and waving their hands like, "Hi!"
Oh, okay. They're back up in the conference room.
So what?
Do you stumble back?
Give me
No
a
problem.
firstly, give me a deck save as you're
Yeah.
stumbling back, and then give me an athletics check.
Athletics.
dex
You have
save.
disadvantage.
Why athletics?
Remember, you have disadvantage on all skill checks right now in saves.
Fuck.
People are
No.
wrong.
Do you want to help me?
Eat dirt.
Do I know?
What'd you
Can't-
do?
9.
It's too late. It's too
No.
late.
Fucking 7.
I rolled a 2.
Yeah, you got it.
I rolled a 2 too.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
okay.
Twice.
It kind of ends up looking like Victorian hits the ground, and you just go, "Oh no!" Oh no! It's sorry. The penguin
It's
just
broken.
opened the ice and slips, and they all go, "Oh!"
Oh yeah.
It's essentially how it plays out.
Oh,
Ah, I see them now.
Oh no!
So,
Our bard.
just to go ahead
It's
and sum it
broken.
up for the night, because at one point I looked at the clock, it was 10:20, and now it's almost 11:20.
Shit.
Yeah.
So, all in all, great merriment's had. John comes back out of his shell after that moment, and everyone eventually finds a spot to rest as the party had dragged on into the night, whether it's back in their room or in the conference room. For some people.
I'm doing shots with John.
And the next morning, some a little more hungover than others.
Why
You
the
get a
lights
message.
screaming?
I made sure he drank plenty of water.
You
He
get
is
a
not
message
part of
with
it.
your permission to cross the border into Creek from the guild, and the world is set for your adventure to Creek.
All right.
Let's go.
Let's go.
So, before we head out, I'd like to give one last shout out to our associate partners over at the Adventurers Guild of Amarillo. Make sure you give them a call if you find yourself in the Amarillo, Texas area. Make sure to stop by and let them know that the Dire Wolves sent you.
Heck yeah.
But, big reminder, we will not be having a session this next week, as we will have some of our players out of town. Keep an eye out on the socials. There may be an a la carte roll. We'll see what's going on. But, until next time, see ya.
Bye.
Bye.